Okay. Let's just try. Am I not tapped in? There we go. Oh. Oh, it just starts? Oh, usually there's like a, set up the game more type of thing. Or just the loading screen. I am gonna be yeeing and hawing. We're gonna yeehaw. We're going. We're going for it. Yeah, I know, Willis. A lot of people love this game, so I hope I'll like it. I think I'll like it. I saw the lurks, I didn't want to say anything. Oh, well, that's okay, Fritz. The controls they are. That makes me sound like it might be better on controller, potentially. We'll see. I only played a little of the first game for Red Dead. Oh, okay. The backseat is for those who are naughty. Oh my god. Oh my god, not the not. Oh, I meant to put that up. America was becoming a land of laws. America! Oh, I should have played this on, like, after the 4th of July. It is an American game. Even the West had mostly been tamed. You can never tame the West. Crazy over there. I'm just gonna nudge you guys up there. There you go. A few gangs still remained, but they were being hunted down and destroyed. I'm finding it hard to read. I'm really bad at reading cursive. America! Oh yeah, I could ask Leia for her hat. But my head is different. My head's really weird, and it takes assets really odd. But I'll ask her, I'll see. Oh, but she's on vacation. Red Dead Redemption 2. It's time, guys. It's time to be a rootin' tootin' cowboy. What's this? Where this? Where what? I have it, but like, I can show you. My head is really weird with assets. It's weird. Oh, and it's cold. I feel like I should use controller. I'll try with controller.
Abigail says he's dying, Dutch. We'll have to stop someplace.
Oh.
Okay, Arthur's out looking. I sent him up ahead.
If we don't stop soon, we'll all be dying. This weather, it's May. I'm just hoping the law got as lost as we did.
There. Arthur!
Oh, like, can they even see him?
I found a place where we can get some shelter. Let Davy rest while he... You know...
Oh, why is my game freaking out? Oh, my PC's freaking out.
Town. Abandoned. It ain't far. Come on. Come on! Yeah!
We gotta go! It's too cold! Let me close this. Let me close... I'm closing things. In hopes that it'll... Unless it was just a cutscene because of all the snow. Let me close this. Same, I'd rather be in the cold than heat. Colder. Oh, it wasn't great on MNK? Okay, I'll try controller. We'll see how controller goes. No, it's high noon. Wait, run California. No, we're not playing Overwatch. Cassidy is in here. Also, is it loud enough for you guys? Because I kind of did some audio things, but I don't know how well it is. Overwatch. Disparage. I don't even think my PC's hot. It's... Oh no, it is a little warm. Ooh, Susan's kind of... She's pretty. Hi, Susan.
See what we've got in terms of food.
Oh, that's not Susan. That's Susan. Never mind. I thought the other lady was Susan.
Nothing more you could have done.
What are we gonna do? We need supplies.
Well, first of all, you're gonna stay here. And you were gonna...
Oh yeah, they used to put coins on people's eyes. I don't know why though.
Scouting out ahead. Arthur and I, we're gonna ride out, see if we can find one of them. And this, just for a short bit. And I don't see what other choice we have. Listen to me, all of you, for a moment. Now we've had, well, a bad couple of days. I loved Davy. Jenny. Sean, Mac.
Oh my
will that
gosh,
be
so many
okay?
people they lost.
We don't know.
Oh, they're not sure.
But we lost some folks. Now, if I could throw myself in the ground in their stead, I'd do it. Gladly. But we're gonna ride out and we're gonna find some food. Everybody, we're safe now. There ain't nobody following us through a storm like this one. And by the time they get here,
I don't know.
well,
Someone
we're
might
gonna
be crazy.
We're gonna be long gone. We've been through worse than this before. Mr. Pearson, Miss Grimshaw, I need you to turn this place into a camp. We may be here for a few days.
That
All
is
of
a
you,
glorious
all
mustache.
of you,
He looked great.
get yourselves warm. Stay strong. Stay with me.
Yes,
We ain't
sir.
done yet. Come on, Arthur.
All right. We've got some work to do.
We ain't run into them yet, so they both must have headed down the hill.
Sure. Hey, I ain't had time to ask. What really went down back there on that boat?
We missed you. That's what happened. Come on. Oh.
Hey, you need horses?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Smith, get yourself indoors. You need to rest that hand.
I gotta go out in this
Get
cold.
indoors,
It's
son.
so cold.
Right.
Also, Alex, I can switch to the phone.
Quick.
Thank you,
Need you
welcome.
strong.
It was Gotti. Gotti
Okay.
did it. Because there's like 18 colors. Oh,
All right. Let's head out.
I'm not tabbed in.
Ain't sure what we're gonna
I
find.
think
out
it's
here
loud
yet.
enough for you guys, but if it isn't, let me know.
We have to
Oh,
try.
that is...
Stay
Hold on, sir. That's real slow. I need to turn that up a little bit. You, sir, other fish. Also, I might be Ravi at night. You never know. Just don't feed me at night. That's all. I'm like the gremlins, okay? Don't feed me at night, or you never know what might happen. You never know. Yagati like cooked. That's why I said no more to her. Damn it. I think I went to the... Wait, there's bobbing. Yeah, no. That goes like that. No bobbing. Oh no, it's controls. I don't know who's walking. Is that Sarah? Controller. Oh, you can even turn down the aim assist? That's crazy. No, we need more. You want more colors? You think it can be louder? I got you. Because I did turn it down pretty low because I wasn't sure. Because I'm like, even for me, it was kind of quiet. And I'm like, I'm not used to this good audio balancing. New games have such bad audio balancing. I'm just gonna... This is the dead zone. God, I haven't done controller things in so long. I'm gonna just nudge it a little bit, and we'll see. Hi, Katie, give her the lurg. Make the hair see-through. Bobbing and weaving through bullets, I guess.
close and we'll do our best to stick to the trail.
That feels okay.
Goddamn weather!
This goddamn whip.
It has to blow over soon.
Oh, so much. I can go bald. Oh, during gunfights? Okay. If anything, I could turn it down a little more. To match your speed. Okay, I'm going. Look, look, look. I'm doing just fine on the horse so far, guys. Tap. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, I see. Okay. Tap, tap for faster. Hold. Me laughs in Canadian. To slow down the horse. Oh no, am I gonna remember all of this? We'll see. We'll see. Oh, dialogue needs to go up. I was gonna say the dialogue's kind of... I'm not used to this good audio balancing. It's always been really bad. Dialogue. Okay, let's see how that is. I only nudged it a little bit.
Can't believe
Okay, let's
we
see.
lost Davy too.
Will I get used to it? I don't know.
No more.
Wait, Velvet. Sorry, I'm pausing so much. Velvet, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, readers. Hello. Hi, Meeple. Hi, Maui. Hello, hello. How was stream? How was Claire upstairs? How was it? Sorry, I love that game. I love it so much. It's so good. I do have to remember all of this. Okay, I'll try. So RB and A. RB A horse. RB A and horse. What? And ice cry. No more mask, only rage. Oh my god, only rage. Wait, what happened? What happened, guys? What happened in the expedition? Was it crazy? Also, hi Velvet and hi Raiders. I'm Riva Alphony playing some Red Dead. Red Dead 2. I blanked so bad. I blanked so hard. But I hope you had a good stream. I hope it was good. Good progress. Oh, you're at the Axons. Wait, let's go. Wait, which one did you fight first? If you don't mind me asking. Which one did you fight first? I guess, well, which one did you do? Spoilers, red. Spoilers, okay. Alright. Don't send gold. Just happy thoughts. No gold, only happy. Okay. Ah, I know where you were. Okay, the scary mask guy. Okay. That's what I did too. I did that one first too. Wait, hi Sona. I hope you're doing good. Wait, thank you. It's a friend's colors. I got like friend's colors on my model. There's so many colors. There's so many. There's a plethora. No. I don't see the spelling mistake. I read it perfectly fine. Don't worry. I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing good though, Sona. She turned into a demon. No. No. Me, a demon? No. But Velvet and Raiders, if you do need to go get food, water, stretch, go to bed, anything like that, please go do that. And thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Get those people warm and fed.
At least we don't need to worry about Pinkertons tailing us in this.
A couple more days, we'll be on the other side.
I'm so
Need
scared.
to help me pick the others back up.
I don't want
You're
to
the
kill my
only
horse,
one
man.
I can rely on to stay strong right now.
Oh, this one is
We
one of
got
my
fire,
friends.
shelter. That's
Her
a
name is
start.
Bloopsy Daisy. So this is her colors. But it's on a timer. So like I have like a random whatchamacallit. Random color
Wait, is that
gamba.
someone coming towards us?
If that makes sense. Pinkertons equals FBI. Oh. Okay.
You up ahead. Who's there?
Wait, I love that they give me the cinema bars when it's a cutscene. I like it.
Micah.
Yeah, that's Daisy.
Gentlemen,
Found anything?
I think so. Found a little homestead down that way.
Okay.
I feel like he doesn't
Anyone
like
home?
me.
Sure. Place is blazing with light and noise. Sounded like a party.
Let's go see.
Follow me. How's Davy doing?
Well, you didn't make it.
I don't trust him. I don't know why. Just the way he's
Too bad.
talking.
Davy was a real fighter. Both of them calendar boys is, or
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
And
trust
Max,
this guy.
son,
He's
we don't
showing
know.
suspicious.
quite
I
a
freak out. Well, I
business.
don't Red Dead. Finally. You want to play again, Tom? You should play it again.
All right, Micah.
Always.
Hold on. I'm so slow.
Hey, have you seen John, Micah?
Have you seen John?
Of anything once this storm came in.
He hasn't seen him.
You'll be fine.
I like it's like he's so far, so Arthur can't technically hear
I
him.
hope Mac
It's
and
telephone.
Sean are still out there somewhere too. Hey, Arthur,
Dude, the snow
let me
physics are
take the rear.
crazy.
You move up.
Okay.
Passing you.
Yeah, okay.
I can talk to him. Are you sure about this? You run into anybody else? No, he's too fast. Wait, I'm trying to ask you a question. Do you run into anyone else?
Anybody else? I reckon we're the only ones crazy enough to be out in this, Morgan. Yeah, well, don't talk to me about crazy. Oh,
Oh, so no, glad you're all right. I was worried.
It's so
Micah.
beautiful.
Look, it's all going to work out, Morgan.
Wait, I'm
We
so...
lost a few folks, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling so good about
Yeah, but it'd be nice to not
Where
lose
are all the
anyone.
others?
Also, Maui, thank
Old
you for the
mining
follow.
camp,
Thank you
back
for
up the
I'm
hill.
just didn't say that.
Ain't much, but shelter. So this house, do you speak to the people there already?
No, like Dutch told us. Look,
I
but
also
don't
love
talk to
snow.
no one. Just following orders.
Where is
you
this
know
set?
me?
Like, what part of
Right.
America? Because I know this is back in the day, but
How
like,
much further?
you know, this is a
Not
lot of
far.
snow. Hi.
What does that mean?
Why are you looking like that, Sarah?
Far.
No, ew! Why are you watching my stream? Why is Sarah watching my stream?
Gets right to the bone.
Oh my god. Snow is a slippery slope. Stick to your pipe. Oh my god. I can hear myself! Stop! It's tripping me out! Oh my gosh. I'd love to have some snow right now. Me too! Please. Rockstar squishes the real world together. Oh. 2018? Yeah, it is from 2018. It looks so good. Look at the snow physics. Like, they're crazy. Frozen Easter egg. Okay, so it's the Southwest. Did they get snow like this in the Southwest? I assume so back in the day, right? Wait, no worries, Runray. Good night. Go get some sleep. Oh no, I'm supposed to be higher up.
Low on this. Hold.
Are there some bad guys? Is it my time?
Okay.
Wait, hi,
Let's head
Wolverine. It's
down
not a
there.
real place in America. It has environments from several different states. Oh. I see. Okay. Oh, I'm scared. I don't want to kill my horse. You're not dying. You're gonna live forever. The whole playthrough. I promise. They're in the mountains? Oh! Oh yeah, we are in the mountains. You're right. That's true. Health is displayed on... Okay, so that's my health. The outer bar shows your remaining health. The level of the inner core influences how quickly your health refills. Oh. Okay.
Let's hitch up here.
I don't either. You know, once I get shot, I'll understand. once I take some damage, I'll understand. Oh no. Did it fart? I hope it didn't. My horse didn't fart.
Let me handle this.
Oh my god, you scared me. Oh, can I pet my
like quite the
horse?
party.
No.
You two, get yourself out.
I know, with no snow
One
pants.
lonely man is a lot less intimidating than three nasty looking degenerates. Micah, hide behind that wagon. Arthur, you take that old shed on the left and stay low, both of
Oh,
you.
wait, am I fighting?
What are you doing? Get inside the
Go
shed.
to the shed? Oh, sorry. I forgot he said go to the shed. I'm going. I'm gonna sneak to the shed. I'm sneaky.
Arthur, take cover in that shed over there.
Oh, in! I thought he meant at, is someone in here though? There's a light on. Hello?
Arthur, what are you doing? I said get
Is this not the shed? Is this the shed? Hold on. Oh, that's the outhouse. Oh, someone's probably pooping. Someone's probably pooping, dude. Wait, where's that? Looks like a shed.
What about over there?
Is that the shed? How do I run?
Running that?
You can run. The crack shack? What do you mean the crack shack? Is this the shed? Or is it the poopy one that looks like that looks like a horse like stable? Wait, go back. The meth shed. What do you mean the meth shed? Bottom left. Wait, so the stable? You can't run in snow. You're Canadian. You should. No, I can run in snow. I jump. Yeah, this is why I need my yellow paint, my Uncharted yellow paint. That's why I need it. Okay, am I correct now?
Hello?
To peek? I'm peeking.
Excuse me.
Hehe.
Hello?
Excuse me.
Oh, well, hello, friend.
What you want?
I am very sorry to disturb you. My friends and I, well, we got into some trouble up the way, lost in the storm. Gentlemen,
We can't help you, mister.
I got folks
Arthur.
dying on the trail.
Arthur, we got a problem.
Why do we have a problem? There's a corpse.
I just
We gotta kill him.
some
There's a body.
cans of food.
In the right. Trying to come
I hear you.
Protect Dutch.
Keep
Okay,
your eyes on Dutch.
Please.
I'm watching
I
Dutch.
think you should go now, buddy.
Shoot.
Should
Now,
I?
friend, I ain't asking.
Dutch, don't die. Don't die, Dutch. Hold on. Sorry, I know I shot too soon, but like, listen, Linda. Oh, I see him. I see this mother trucker in his nice white hat. Hold on, I got you. Oh, nice shot. Is there more? Am I missing someone? There's a guy right here. Or is that a horse? No, that's a guy. I knew someone was in the outhouse! He was taking a dookie. Is that it? Is there more?
Leave him. He won't last out there by himself. Arthur, I said I'd handle this.
Didn't seem to be going too well.
Listen,
Goddamn O'Driscoll boy's here. Why?
it's fine.
Maybe same reason as us.
Micah, go bring the horses closer to the house. Arthur, let's go search the cabin.
Yes, sir. Why is he walking like that?
No.
Ooh, nice cabin.
Turn the place upside down.
Can I close the
Grab
door?
as many supplies as
Oh.
you can. We need
Never
the
mind.
essentials. Food, medicine.
Damn, one last poop. That was his last poop. Yeah, what are they eating? It's yellow. Or orange.
O'Driscoll's. I don't believe it.
It's a
What?
strange one, all right. Maybe they're hiding up here.
No, listen, I saved you.
There's a big
I
price
got you,
on
man.
Colm
I got your
O'Driscoll's head.
back. Don't
Nearly as
worry.
big as the one on yours.
Wanting Colm dead is about the only thing me and Uncle Sam agree
And then
on.
X near items. Get that. I got some oat cakes. We got some ammo.
You should eat something now. Get your strength up for the ride back.
Wait, are there bodies in that bed? Just bloody. Where's that one guy? Oh, there he is.
Place is
There's
dry,
that guy.
Warm. We could maybe move the women and Jack down here.
Maybe.
Oh, okay, so this is like my inventory. So anyway, I started blasting. Listen, I gave him a quick death. He you
I don't
know,
really want us to split
he got
up.
shot in the head after he left the outhouse. Don't worry, I use aimbot. I kill fast. No aimbot. I promise. Examine. You look at this. Ooh. Oh, now I feel
Looks
bad.
like the poor bastard was married too.
Oh, I feel
At
bad.
some point.
Surely
If we
they're
can't
divorced,
eat it
right?
Or drink it, put it down.
Oh, I'm just nosy, man. I'm just nosy. Jack and Sadie wedding, September 7th, 1896. Ooh. Ooh. Surely they're divorced, you know? Surely, right? They'll start robbing. Anything else in here? Anything I could take here? Can I take these cans? Anything in here? I can take the cans. It is sweet corn. I love corn. Oh, that's what they were eating. It was corn. Oh, and beans. And peaches. Oh, shit. They got all the food. You go to the bathroom when you die other way. Oh my god, That's true. You become waste. I mean, it doesn't matter. I feel bad now for his wife, you know. Did I even take damage? I think I did. You know what? Let's eat some peaches. 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 Different items have different effects. Eating food will refill your health core. Better quality food will refill more. Okay. Oh. What is this? Is this the bathtub? Oh, I think I grabbed everything. I'll double check though. Oh, wait. A gold jointed bracelet. Huh. Nothing here. Oh, I can't run in the house. I'm trying to run, but I can't run in the house. I love corn. It's so good. Hey, hi, Nolly. How are you, Nolly? A kid named Red. That's me.
Micah, Arthur, keep looking for stuff. Arthur, go see if there's anything in that barn. Micah,
The barn.
you search the cabin, see what we missed.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
I'm going in the barn. Don't give the cans to the Canadians. What? No, it's perfectly fine. What do you mean? And this is to look at my objective. Okay. Open the door. I'm pressing like weird buttons. Let's cook meth, Arthur! Oh my god.
I think about this every day. I think about this all night. I sleep,
Oh!
not sleep. Something
Bastard shot my cousin. Well, he's starving.
No.
I'm gonna break your neck.
Oh, B.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Guy just jumped me.
Oh, did he now?
Sneaky little bastard. Should I kill him?
No,
Why?
not yet. Find out
But I
what
wanna
they're
kill
doing
him.
here and where Colm is.
Oh, this son of a bitch will talk. Where's Colm O'Driscoll?
You better speak or I'm gonna punch you in your face again.
with the others.
Oh, never mind. He broke real easy.
Southwest of here, near the lake.
Thanks,
What are you bastards
bitch.
doing? Why are you up here?
We're fixing to rob some train. Gonna blow the tracks. No, I don't know more than that, I swear.
Well, I would say it looks like you have this, Arthur. Do what you want with him. I don't care. But bring that horse when you're done. Oh.
I don't know anything else. Please,
Shut up! I'm making a decision. Stop talking.
just let me go, come on.
Be quiet. I'm deciding if I want to choke you out or not. Stop. Oh. Listen. I didn't think it was gonna take 3 punches. I thought he was gonna live. It's okay, horse. It's okay. He's okay. He's okay. You're okay.
Easy. You're okay.
He's okay. Yeah, wait, let me pet the horse. The guy is fine. He's fine, guys.
Boy.
Yeah, you're a good horse. Yeah. Let's go. Come on outside. I know it's cold. You what? Hi, Darksiders. What?
You calm the fuck down!
I'm sorry.
He's dealt with.
Good.
I was calm. He just wouldn't stop talking.
Get that horse hitched. Don't want him bolting.
Wait, I get to keep this horse? He's so pretty. Miss it, but. Wait, hi, Gord. How are you, Gord?
Micah,
What?
do you think you're doing?
What is happening?
I got you wild thing, ain't ya?
Who is this lady?
Alone.
I wasn't
Where did she come from? I looked in the whole house.
No, she ain't, Michael. Look at her. Miss. Are you...
Oh my god, sir. Oh my god. She's scared. I think they took her.
It is gonna be okay.
Just going to steal the
Go
horse.
home. Miss.
Exactly. It's not stealing anymore.
Come on. It'll be okay.
It's okay.
need
We
to get
got
out of
you.
here, and quick.
Oh my god, this idiot set the house on fire. Where are we gonna bring everyone up here? Oh my god.
They,
Freaking
3
Micah.
days ago, and my husband, they...
Oh, her. Oh.
Miss, you are safe now. Can't stay here.
Listen, it's old fire.
You come with us. Arthur.
Miss, it's okay. We're bad men. We ain't them.
Exactly. We're bad men,
It's
but we're
okay.
not that bad.
Get on. We'll keep you safe until you figure out what you want to do.
What's your name, miss? Miss.
Adler.
Adler.
Sadie Adler.
Oh,
Mrs.
she's Sadie. Oh.
Hey.
Now that I know, never mind. Damn. Sevens to her husband. It's okay, we got revenge and we saved his wife. Sadie is a Stacy. Micah is smelly.
Somebody's coming.
I'd smack him.
Looks like it's Dutch.
Lenny, it's us. Put the gun down, Lenny.
How'd you get on?
Micah found a homestead, but he weren't.
He burnt it down.
Colm
Idiot.
O'Driscoll and his scum, they beat us to it. We found some of them there, but there is more about, apparently.
Damn, her husband is kind of
Down
hot.
the train.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
That's the last
No, I
thing we
didn't
need
kill her
right now, Dutch.
husband.
Well, it
Those
is what
guys
it is.
did that we
So we
killed.
found some supplies, some blankets, a little bit of food.
They killed her
And this
husband.
Poor soul, Mrs. Adler. Miss Tilly, Miss Karen, would you warm her up? Give her a drink or something? And Mrs. Adler, it's gonna be okay. You're safe now. They turned her into a widow. Animals. I need some rest. I haven't slept in 3 days.
Oh my gosh, go rest.
Miss
Dodge.
O'Shea will show you the way. Mr. Morgan.
Please go rest.
we put you
3
in a room
days.
over here.
Thank you, Miss Grimshaw.
Mr. Bell, you're with the fellas over there.
What? How come Arthur gets a room and I get a bunk bed next to Bill Williamson and a bunch of darkies?
Get yourself to bed.
That's crazy. He's racist. Exactly, because frick you in, Bill. Just be happy you have a bed right now, okay?
He's strong, and he's smart.
Strong, at least. Hello, Arthur.
Stop fucking, that's
Abigail.
true. That is true.
Arthur, how you doing?
They gave it a lick caffeinated.
Just fine, Abigail. And you?
I need you to... I'm sorry to ask, but...
It's little John. He's got himself caught into a scrape
He
again.
ain't been seen in 2 days.
Your John will be fine. I mean, he may be as dumb as rocks and as dull as rusted iron, but that ain't changing because he got caught in some snowstorm.
Please go take a look. Javier?
Yes.
Javier, will you ride out with Arthur to take a look for John? You're the 2 best fit men we've got.
Now?
We're all... Yeah, we're pretty worried about him.
I know. The situation were reversed.
This feels suspicious
Look for
again.
me.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
This
I
way.
just don't like how he said it.
Last I know, John was headed up the river.
For all we know, he kept riding north and never looked back.
He wouldn't leave.
Our horses
like that.
almost match.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Now, Riva, I tell you what, This winter about to be real cold, let me tell you. Stop. Oh, yeah, it is after the Civil War, because it's like 18 something, 18. I didn't remember the year. I've never seen so oiled up face and that much cold. I wonder if it was the snow melting since he was out in the snow, so it's like water.
Come on, let's take a look.
Let's hope it ain't more of O'Driscoll's boys.
Well,
But I want to shoot more people. That was fun.
seems somebody left
Yeah, he's slimy pretty good.
recently.
Oh, maybe it's John.
And that way.
Maybe.
Sure, well, come on then.
Yeah, or it's snow sweat. You know you can get that snow sweat?
There's some tracks
Can
leading to the
happen.
river. Huh. Whoa.
Yeah, the bad guys. Yeah.
Let's
The
cross.
bad guys.
See, they continue up that way.
I'm gonna believe you, because I can barely see it. I just see
think it's
snow.
John?
Horse health.
You tell me.
Oh, my horse has health!
For sure, but
Your horse will collapse if its health bar. Oh my god. No!
know it.
Why does the horse have health?
So, you were there, Javier. What
Oh
really
no.
happened on that boat?
I think it's
We had the money,
smashed.
it seemed fine. And
20 years or
suddenly
more
they were
before that
everywhere.
event. Oh, okay.
No,
It's around
Pinkerton.
there.
It
The
was
horse will not
crazy.
gallop when stamina is
Raining
empty.
bullets.
Slowing down will allow your horse to. Oh, okay. Okay. I had a feeling. That's ambiguous Southern Region A. Doing good. How's the game going? It's going good. I already murdered people. In game. In game. No, I'm not, Snake. Believe in my horse.
Take it slow. Big
You know, we
ravine
should
here.
ask how much flame fuel she has to get every. Oh my god. What are you guys saying? I don't get any flame fuel.
Killed a girl
To
in a
change the camera distance.
bad way. But it was a bad situation.
That ain't like
Oh. Well, first person's weird. No, that's weird. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I got lost. I was changing my camera.
Come on.
First person's weird.
We need to stay together.
Wait, hi, Gally. We're doing
Continue along the
good.
cliff wall here.
Uncircumcised HP boy.
Davey got shot.
I won't
Jack
fall
and
off the
John
cliff.
Both shot too.
I promise.
Sean, we don't even know. I'm surprised we escaped at all. By the time you boys
Oh
showed
my
up
God.
from the other side of town, we were only just holding on.
Oh.
bad business, all right.
I know, just dangles code again.
Damn snow's coming in hot again.
To activate
We'll lose these
cinematic
tracks if
camera.
we don't move fast.
Oh. I see. To automatically follow roads and oh, okay, that's cool. This horse does kind of look like a cow. But both of our horses look similar. They have similar like patterns. They're matching. No, listen, I got lost because of the camera. I'm telling you, it's the camera. It's not me, it's the camera. What?
I'll be off. Gonna try and
Careful, it's
rest.
getting narrow here.
Been exhausted all. This heat has been too much.
I
will
know,
leave
it's
a
been
link to
hot.
the Mark falling of his horse complication in the server if you like.
Oh, thank
Love
you.
to see you watch it.
Horses.
Have fun as always, and
Yeah.
thank you for the
Lot of
fun
fresh
time
snow
you
here.
No, thank you for hanging out with us and thank you for the biddies. Please go get some rest. Go get some good sleep and cool off. You know, drink some water. Oh my god. Drink some water. Sit in front of a fan. It's been way too hot. Also, hi Harold. I know. How? Oh, hot Western Oni. I drink good. Yeah, go rest up, Willis. Go rest.
Over there. You see that?
Oh, the smoke, I see.
Get a move on, Arthur.
Wait, you're so fast. Sorry, I'm like so slow. Hold on. Whew, whew. I'm on the way.
What are you doing? We get split. John was riding that horse.
Oh. No, the
Let's see
horse.
if he can hear us.
No. Oh. All right. Oh, it's John. John.
Up there.
It's John. Don't aim it under the horse. Oh yeah, because they have balls. Don't show the horse's balls on stream.
He's coming from up
Stop,
ahead
Aki!
somewhere.
Oh no, you found
I
it.
don't think we can go much further on the horses. We'll have to walk from
Just
here.
stay here, be safe, okay?
I'd grab that
We'll be
shotgun
back.
from your horse.
You-
Who knows what's up ahead?
Shotgun! Hold on. Shotgun? Yes, I think. Wait, am I not holding? Hold LB. Oh, and then RB. No. Wait. No, confused. I'm confused. To select. Oh. Yeah, I want the shotgun.
Come on.
I'll be back. No, I'm not stuck in the washing machine. I don't ever go in there. What? Also, hi, Angel, pretty good. What do you mean, uh-huh? Y'all. Go crazy,
You
hurry.
sure about this?
What if this is a
Coming from
trap?
this way.
Okay.
And John's like captured or
Careful here.
something.
Yeah, that we're high up here.
You're telling me.
We're so high up. I got a shotgun. Oh my god. Oh, I know that Resident Evil 1 intro. I watched it. It's displayed on the lower left.
Careful.
Oh yeah, I see it.
There's a drop here.
Okay, I see. Can I break my ankles in this game?
Watch out here.
I'm gonna assume so. I'm gonna assume I can.
Watch your head
Wait,
here.
$400 figure? And then I crouch. I hear like something shimmering.
Okay,
What
from
is
here.
that? Like wind chimes.
Watch your step. This is real
Your stamina core is empty, your
Stay
movement
close
speed
to the
will be
wall.
limited. Is it because I crouched?
This way.
Is it my old knees? Is it my knees? Is that why? Oh, they made X the climb. Okay.
That sounds closer now. Come on.
I'm going real slow.
We're coming.
I don't want to hurt my knees. Oh my gosh, we're doing all this climbing for John. Is this worth it? If Javier dies, I'm gonna be pissed. I like Javier.
It's cold.
Do you want to try? Maybe. Maybe. No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not going to fit in a washing machine. It's cold,
It's a
dude.
few days. I know.
Where do you get alcohol from? Yo, give me some of that. Yeah, I was like, wait, it's cold. Give me some of that.
I'm not designed for this.
Ooh, and it's
no.
bourbon. Ooh. Thank
keep
you
moving
for the
then.
bourbon.
Come on.
Bourbon keeps my stamina up. John, the second best boy, is he? Okay. Oh, wrong button.
John, can you hear me?
Marston!
I'm just saying, it better not be no trap.
Down on the ledge.
That's John.
Yeah, he's to the left. John!
He's down here.
Oh my gosh, where is he? This bro took like...
All right.
Where did he...
Hot down, Marston.
Where is he? Oh, there he... Oh my god. Is he okay?
Scratch you got there.
Never thought I'd say this, but it's good to see you, Arthur Morgan.
What happened to you?
You don't look so good.
I don't feel too good neither.
Oh.
I'm freezing.
Okay, at least you're setting it on gentle. Thank you.
Don't die just yet, cowboy.
Come on, compadre.
Oh, does it, Dangles? I didn't know that. But they were silly back then. I didn't know that. Huh.
Well, we can't go back the way we came.
Huh.
Let's try this way.
I thought it did warm up your body.
Can't argue with you there.
See? I told Dutch you weren't the right man for this.
Sure you did.
You all right?
I think so.
John seems like a goober.
Hopefully this will lead us out.
Hey, you ever see those videos where people throw a brick in a dryer? What? Why would you do that? Why'd you throw a brick in the dryer? Oh no, there's doggos. No, they're gonna make me shoot dogs in this game too. Ow! Every game, they make me hurt dogs, bro. No, don't put the lot on the washing machine. Back! Back, wolves! Wait, to lock onto the animals. Okay. Oh. I pressed the wrong button! Ow! Ow! Oh my god! I didn't mean to die. How did I even do that? Was it... I gotta stop my stamina. I'm going. My stamina's low. I can't. My horse is so scared. I'm on the way. Don't be scared. It's okay. It's okay. We're going home now. We're going.
Let's get back to the others.
Hopefully, no more wolves. Hopefully. Nick, I don't know how I missed. Okay, no. Listen, I was pressing the wrong thing, and
Got bit by a dog.
also,
Died.
Carcass, the door. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, welcome. Hi, Rewind Owl. How are you? After my balls are frozen. Oh my god. And you're saying that's the horse saying, Arthur, my balls, they're frozen. They're cold. They're cold, Arthur. Wait, that one video of the Mario doll? Oh my god, I know what you mean. Wait. Bad dogs. Bad dog. What?
Get out of here.
Oh my god.
More coming in on the left.
Don't look at me.
Get the hell out of here. Get out.
What? Okay, listen.
Stay back.
Hold on. I got to reload. Okay, I got the dogs. Oh my god.
You see any more?
Don't think so.
Wait, how do I reload? Is it this?
You still with us, Marston?
Oh, my horse can jump.
You're gonna be okay. We have some shelter now.
Thanks for
He can jump. Keep pressing the wrong button.
coming for me.
Of course. That bullet in Blackwater, now this. You had a hell of a
Nightbot
time.
deleted the message. It
Arthur
didn't
always
time out.
says,
Uh-oh. Is Nightbot
unlucky.
broken?
None of us are lucky right now.
I'm good. Thanks for asking. And you? I'm doing good. How do you feel now that you are an American? I'm feeling real patriotic right now.
Don't want to leave a trail right back to camp.
I'm slow.
We're gonna need to come up with a better story for that scar.
So, freezing.
Yes, we keep it like,
bleeding,
do you want to know how I got these
Damn,
scars?
you're getting eaten to death ain't good enough for you.
I also was a little...
You can do
I mean,
better
they're...
than
Okay,
that.
they're canines. They're not
One thing
dogs.
you
They're
ain't
wolves.
short on
But...
is fancy.
they're
Cross
canines.
to the left.
Yeah.
I like wolves. They're
Push
pretty.
hard and get back.
See
I always feel
those buildings
bad
up
at
ahead,
every
John?
game. I gotta hurt the
That's where we
doggos.
camped. Nearly there.
What? Oh my god, Nick. My balls invert into my body so hard. I know that Brandon Rogers quote.
Someone help John get
I
off
also
the
like
horse.
cats a bit more.
Can we get some help
Just a
here?
little more of a cat person. I roar a little. All dogs are just silly wolves. That's true. They're just silly
Can
wolves.
we get some help? We need some help here.
Come on, help him down.
You're alive. You're alive.
Yeah, go get your mans. I helped you get him, so please.
Ay, careful, idiotas. It's his leg.
Come on, let's get you warm. Thank you both.
You're
New
welcome.
low, even by your standards.
This is a new low?
Thank
You
you.
got
Oh my
any
God.
other lost maidens need saving?
Not today.
Have you and Dutch talked about how we're gonna get out of this?
I was just discussing with Herr Strauss when the weather breaks. Suppose we'll have to keep heading east.
East? Into all that? That's civilization.
I know.
What?
The West is
Why
where
do
our
they say
problems are
civilization like that?
Come on, here,
Civilization.
warm.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Oh wait, do the emotes work on YouTube? I did add them. I forgot to say that. I could only add like 5, so I added some.
We've been running for weeks.
He just
found
like me for
shelter
real,
and
for real.
Been resting here in some old abandoned mining town
You said the,
while we
you
wait
said the
to
J
thaw.
word.
Hardly the spring I had been hoping for.
Oh, you see it? I don't see it. I think it's kind of broken for me, which sucks. I'll try and fix it.
So what now?
I think it's just in my chat. Mission complete. Events and
get
interesting
warm,
locations are noted in your
We
journal.
wait.
If I go in my
When the
journal.
storm breaks, we move. But we're safe
Oh.
here. Warm enough.
Oh, he draws his own little
I guess.
maps. Wait, Coulter, we have been running for weeks. I mean, running more than usual. The job they were pulling in Blackwater, robbing that ferry, it turned into a disaster. Young Jenny got killed. Oh,
This is honestly anything new.
poor thing. Well, Sean and Mac both got arrested or killed. Nobody seems sure which. Dutch shot a girl. I'm not too sure if by accident or design. Seems like it might have been a setup. We took to the hills in an almighty scramble, leaving money and most of our things behind.
For now.
Ooh.
For now.
For now, Dutch, for now.
Got this. We're safe.
Do we got this? I don't know, man.
Hosea.
Hardly the spring I had been hoping for. Jose and I had been planning a robbery of our own in Blackwater, but I guess it's been abandoned along with most of what I owned. I'm profoundly concerned as to what happens next once we leave this place or the law finds us cowering up here. Found a girl. Well, a woman, I should say. Her husband had been murdered by some of Colm O'Driscoll's boys. Nasty business. Yeah, that's what we just did. Okay. Huh. So they were doing some stuff before all of this. Oh, can I sit down? Sit down next to you by the fire. It's cold. It's real cold. I unknown over doing good. Oh, it's referenced in the first game. Okay, okay. I'm learning. We're learning. I'm too Skyrim brained. I hear Blackwater and no, I thought of that too, C4. I was like, wait, not a place in Skyrim. Where's my yeehaw accent? It shows up here and there, but sometimes it disappears. Yeah, just a little sketch draws a whole detailed map. It's not the drug dealing. Do we do drugs? Can I do meth? I'm joking. In game. Ah, yes. Lore accurate Alaska. Farting here feels like there's a snowstorm up my ass. Oh my gosh. Not ill. A woman. Ooh. Women. Meth. That's my really bad yeehaw accent. It's really bad. Wait, can I like... Oh yeah, I can't
How
talk.
you feeling, Jose? You've been coughing a lot.
It's the cold. Thank you for bringing John back.
Of course.
You're welcome. That's it. Okay. You know, I'll see you later, Hosea. Hi, Dodge.
Okay there, Dutch?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing John back. Finally, some relief.
Oh my gosh, it's so cold in here.
You'll be
He still has
alright,
cold
I
breath.
hope.
They don't have insulation. There's no insulation. What is she doing? You putting her makeup on? Oh, she is.
You okay in here, Molly? It might be warmer by the fire.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
Why doesn't anyone want to talk to me?
Oh, my mistake.
Oh my god, did he say that because I bumped into her? Oh, my mistake. I just want to see what she's doing.
Oh,
she's
sorry.
just... Oh my gosh, if I bump into people, they like... Hold on, if I bump into Dutch. Dutch. I'm a shoulder check. They don't let me bump into Dutch. He has a barrier. Let me shoulder bump him. What the fuck? Why do you have a protective barrier? No one else does. Oh my eyes. Oh my god, that feels like when you actually go outside in the winter and the sun is like reflecting off of the snow and it blinds you. Oh my god. Can I pet my horse? No, I just wanna... I can! Pet, pet. Pet, pet.
Okay, boy.
Pet, pet. What about study? What does study do? Show info. Oh, so I can see the stats of my horse. Nice. Duchess ray shielding. I'm taking a risk, but... oh my god. So, I cold cats are pretty good. They got all that ass to insulate them. That's true. That is true. Wait, is there anything specific I need to do? Or can I just like go around and talk to everyone? Hello.
More than ever before, and all after us, we were set up in Blackwater, and none of them dumb
Wait.
enough to take that pass. And
When did you guys change? I went outside for a second.
Got a few
What?
weeks. By the time they find out where we are, we'll be gone.
Where to?
I'm gonna sit
I
down.
ain't got that yet. this
You
ain't
know,
done.
it's cold. I'm gonna sit
Not
down.
no way.
Oh. Okay, bye! What the fuck?
You warned them about that Blackwater job.
Yes, but who listens to me?
They're waiting till I leave?
Oh, we'll work this out.
Why is no one telling me anything? But then they're always making me do everything. What the fuck? He lives in Okinawa. Oh my god. More pads. Stop the freaking horse emote. I can't. I know the the clothing is really good. It's nice. But I like Western clothes. I'm gonna just keep following Dutch to get all the info.
Another cold morning.
Oh my gosh, Javier, you sound kind of... Your voice is raspy. You sound... Are you getting sick? Is it from standing outside?
Boys, because I thought you liked action. Couple of days on the lam, and you lot have all turned yellow. Apart from you, of course.
Shut up, Micah.
I ain't never seen so many long faces.
Oh my god.
I guess
Huh?
folks miss them.
I don't know if I'll
But
do a
when I
cowgirl
fall, I
outfit.
don't want no fuss.
When you fall, there'll be a party.
Party. Probably. That funny, huh? Sure.
Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are we fighting?
Stop it! Now! You
Easy, lurk
fools
over
punching
on.
each other when Como Driscoll's needing punching hard. You want to sit around waiting for him to come find
Hard.
us? All of you, we got work to do. Come on.
You sure about this, Dutch?
Yes.
Folks been
Not the
We hardly back on
cowkini.
our feet yet.
And the last
With a
thing we need is to
cowkini with a
bushwhack
cow with a
Como
cowboy hat.
Let's
Oh my
go.
god,
I know you hate
that'd
him,
be
Dutch.
crazy.
He's here for us.
I doubt that.
The
No,
group
you're
cuddle.
just doubting me.
I would never doubt you, Dutch. You always said revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
This is the right call, Arthur. Take this. And this is about more than revenge for
Well, thank you.
business long ago. They were talking about
I know the
trains,
jacket looks cozy.
detonators here. Colm always
This is Duchess. This
had
is so
good
fluffy.
information. Come on.
And you think now is the right time to hit a train?
Now you might
Wait,
fancy
we're
living
going
on
to do
deer
this right
piss and
now?
rabbit shit. I'm getting too old for that life. Mr. Matthews, Mr. Smith, Mr. Pearson, would you please look after the place? There are O'Driscolls about. Yeah!
I was drinking water.
Southwest, right, Arthur?
Yeah. He said
Wait, everyone's so
follow the
fast.
mainsail southwest.
I want to be
They're
faster.
camped near some lake.
Okay.
I'm not a
Find
clown,
these
also.
bastards before they find us and rob this store they're planning.
Are we really gonna go do this right now? Is this worth it? Wait, hi, Relevant. Hello, if you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Thursday. I know, I'd cover my ears. I don't want to hear anything. Wait, welcome back. I hope the interview went good. Well, Wait, they give it a look, Kelly. I know, I love the raspiness. All the voices are so good. Tracks.
As far as I can tell, the only fools out here are us and them. They must be this way.
So it's us or them.
You good, Dutch?
So we hit them first, right?
Listen, I know you don't think much of my ideas recently, but this is the right move.
Okay. You know I got your back.
I'm sorry, I needed to pass you. I'm like, whoa! Whoa! You can't hit me with your horse like that! Whoa!
Needs to be put to rest.
Oh my gosh. Also, hi, Draco. Good morning. I'm pretty good.
Some things I can forgive.
Just wanted to catch
up. I can't forget. What he did to Annabelle, I can't do neither.
What did he do to Annabelle?
He killed his brother, Dutch.
Yes, I did. And I hope the bastards will be reunited soon enough. That's how this'll end.
So far, I haven't been able to name the horse, Christine. I hope I can name the horse. I was wanting to name him. Or her. My horse is a beauty.
See that smoke? Let's cut up here.
I do.
They said it was near the lake, so we must be close.
Wait, are we gonna like dynamite? Whoa, are we stopping?
Hold up here.
Dude, even the muscles in the horse's legs are crazy. Like huh? I'm sorry. Oh.
This is it.
Oh, I'm supposed to be. Am I supposed to be with them?
Ready, Dutch. Good. Now, Mr. Morgan and I, we're gonna head up here a little, see if we can't get a sense of the layout of the camp. Mr. Williamson,
Hi, Hashiva, pretty good.
you two take up a hidden position just outside the camp. Mr. Summers, Mr. Escuela, you two hold position here. Let's go.
Hey, time. I don't want to get off my horse, though. Also, I forgot the button. It is... Okay. I was like, I think it's Y. I keep pressing that thinking it'll make me run. Yeah, I'm glad the horses aren't coming with us. I really don't want to lose my horse. I'm glad I can pet the horse. I can pet them. Hi, Oasis. Hope you're doing good. I love how the tracks in the snow. Right? They stay. It's so good. Like, and this is an older game.
Definitely them.
Home?
I think so.
Yeah, that's
I wanna shoot the people. I wanna shoot the people. Wait, can I move this? Oh, I can. Oh shit. Why is he running like that? Is he okay? Maybe he has a limp? Does he have like a... Is his leg busted? What's this guy doing? Oh, he's fixing the ladder.
He don't seem very
Can I zoom in?
No.
Okay. I'm pressing on the button. Oh!
They leaving?
Seem to be. Should we go get them?
No. Colin can wait. Best to get some of them out of there.
The lore, the knowledge. Oh, your horse is very pretty.
Him and his score if he never finds out about it. All right, let's go pay our old friends.
Care package on standby.
Wait, you'll take the care package. Wait, I can stand up. Hold on. Before... Stop. they're so zoomy. I'll stand up and everything. Because it has been a while since I stood up. It's been a little bit. They broke it. Oh, maybe they broke his kneecap and it's healing. I cried a little. Oh, no, Dangles. Oh, I didn't... Oh, your horse. Oh. But you can name your horse after a certain point. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It was like after a certain point you can name it. You can pet, brush, and feed the horse. See, this is the true horse game, guys. This is the true horse game. Do a backflip. You want me to break my knee. I can't do a backflip. What the heck? Oh, you're right. It is that deep snow walk. Hi, Mustafa. I hope you're doing good. No, yeah, I'm not getting wrecked just yet. That was actually Mayo calling in an airstrike. Oh. Oh. 10 out of 10 game. Look, you can take care of the horse and everything. And we can be rootin' tootin' cowboys. Go on freaking shootout stuff. Do a backflip, no balls. I actually have no balls. Literally and figuratively. Not the playing the real horse game. That should be the title. Oh, you didn't have your horse reviver? So you actually just lost your horse? Damn. Wait, I also gotta... I forgot to put my wrist brace on. I totally forgot. Oh, see, their Nightbot did it. I think. I don't know if it timed out, but it did something. I don't know if it did. I was gonna say. Suspicious. Suspicious. Oh, it's only deleting. Oh, so it's broken. Oh, true. Hold on. I'm going. The snow's deep, man.
You two, get up there and keep us covered.
Sure thing.
So it's LB. Not LB. No, this. I always forget. What are in these little parts? Long arm, shoulder. Is it to swap? Oh, I see. Okay. And I can have both.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's
Seems
go. Let's
easy
go.
as
I'm
to
ready.
take the same path down as Bill and Micah. Like you said, revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
Yeah, just
That's true.
sure
So
you
if we
agreed with
take them all out, they can't get
Arthur, have you
revenge.
completely lost faith in me? Our needs right now are supplies, equipment, and a way out of here. Everything else, including Combe.
Why are you going?
Okay. There's enough of those bastards down there to deal with as
Oh my
it is.
god.
Now, come on.
He's no brother of mine. I don't know why it's not timing out. It should be, so I'm guessing it's a little broken. Can you do that on Stream Elements by chance? I'm wondering if Stream Elements would be more reliable, because sometimes Nightbot breaks. Well, Stream Elements also breaks, but I feel like Nightbot breaks more than Stream Elements. I feel like. I could be wrong. Wait, Rolls Royce, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, welcome. Also, wait, Doko, thank you for the membership. I didn't hear the thing. Oh no, did the alert not work? I was supposed to hear them. I might have to fix it. Wait, thank you. Wait, hello, you're doing good. I hope you enjoy your time here, too. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck, I wasn't looking. I was reading chat. I almost died. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I was reading. Good thing I'm going real slow, you know? I'm taking my time. Not that if only you kept reading. I noticed from the corner of my eye, I'm like, wait, I think that's a cliff.
Maybe
really?
I should take the lead on this.
Oh yeah, he
They're
did
going to
fall
be
here.
gunning for you.
They ain't got me yet.
Oh,
No,
did Kay ever
but
finish
the way
that?
our
I don't
luck's
think he
been
finished the
running,
crowd control Red Dead, right? I need him to. It was funny. There is a counter. An almost dead counter, almost died counter. Maybe you guys are distracting, you know? I'm supposed to be like, okay, sneaky cowboy. Going in for the kills. But I'm like, I want to read chat. I want to read. I'm going in. I'm scared because I don't know how many people are in here. And you know me. Oh yeah, you did. You got beat up by a lady. Okay, hold LB to show the weapon wheel. LB, weapon wheel. Maybe I should revolver first. But like... Should I shoot this guy? Hi. Oh no, that's our guy. I'm a dingus.
So, what are we doing, Dutch? I can take this if you want.
Just make the call. You want to take the lead? Go.
Should I sit? But I feel like if I oh god. But if I send them in, they might just die. But like if I just go, right? But like I'm gonna take the lead.
Okay, I'll go first.
Going crazy up here.
Okay, do I just go straight? Do I just go? Alrighty then. Dutch, I need you to move. Can you move? Like, I would like to be on this. Alright. Okay. Should I just... Oh! 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 Yeah, I just went in. Woo! That's slow-mo! Okay! I can't see any- wait, I can see this guy. Hold on. Where? Oh my gosh, there's so much aim assist. Look at the aim assist, it's crazy. I missed. Wait, I gotta get this guy up here. I can't hit him! Hold on! There we go. Yeah! Oh. Wait. You're not behind cover very well, sir. Where's there more? I missed. Oh god! Oh no! Is there more on this side? Oh, there is. Yo, peek. Peek, I dare you. Peek, 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 peek. Show me your head. Thank you. Yo, what's up? I keep trying to run with my L3. And it's not L3. Shut up! You didn't get to call me a son of a bitch, you son of a bitch. Who said that? I'm gonna get blood on your boots now. Who said that? There's someone else in here? Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna loot your shit while I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna nail every one of them bastards.
Huh? Where's the rest of them? Right in the back of your neck.
I think that's all of them.
Search the bodies.
You think so?
Everything we can from them.
Yeah. You did it. We're fine.
Of course not.
I'm gonna look through your pockets. Give me your shit. Snake oil. Snake oil. What about some bitch? No, not a loot goblin. What? I got $1.47. Look at me go. Opened horse medicine.
Keep searching the bodies, Arthur.
Yeah, I am. Why are you always yelling at me? He's always yelling at me. What the fuck? I'm just a little slow, you know? Like, damn. What? I hear shooting. Wait, there's more. Yeah, there's more. Where? I hear, but I don't see. I see you. Fuck, I missed. Ow! Oh, wait, we could take that horse. What the heck?
What do you think, Arthur? Do we hold ground here or go after?
Is there more up there? I think we defend. We murder them all. We take them all out. We got this. Frick, I gotta reload. They're being gremlins. They're gremlins. I missed. Ding dong, ding dong. No, don't tell them where I am. Don't tell them where I am. Wait, did I get? Oh, dead eye. Oh, sorry, I forgot about it. So what can I just shoot? Boom, 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 boom. Right in his kneecaps. Oh. I see what Deadeye is. I think I missed this guy though. So can I just keep doing it? Wait, want me? Boom. Boom, boom. Who else? Boom, boom. 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 You gotta make sure you're dead. I shot him 3 times. Yeah, it is a Cassidy ult.
Back to the camp. We'll get what we need.
Wait, shoot him in the dick. Is that the true crit spot like in Sniper Elite? I know in Sniper Elite that's a crit shot. Anyways, back to looting. Back to stealing all of their money. In Sniper Elite, if you shoot someone in the pee-pee... Cassidy? What the fuck? Cassidy? Yeah, Avatar already holds down triggers. Oh yeah, it does. It like... It goes to... Sorry. It like does what I'm... It like does the same thing I'm doing. Which is cool. I need to steal your shit. Let me ransack them pockets. Find the loot. No, please, no. I know I'm a loot goblin. Hopefully no more come. I actually want to loot every single body. I have a problem. Bitters! Ooh, I got some bitters. That look like some alcohol. More bitters. Okay. Give me your shit. You're dead. You don't need it. I got $1.49. Shoot people up. Also, Riva. Anyway, back to listen, I need the money. You know, we're broke right now. I need the stuff. Got some more snake oil, and it's not opened. Got some more things. Give me them pockets. Thank you. Oh, I got some chewing tobacco. Nice. I need that on them difficult days. That's what I need. Wait, can I take their hats? Is that something I could do? Wait, boing. Boingo da doingo. You're the follow. Tiki tiki, you're welcome. Can I take their hats? Oh. What is this movement? What is this? Oh, I'm not done looting yet, so you need to wait. I want to know if I could I do like his hat, though. I do. He has a good hat. Yes, we do. I need the loot. Hold on. I'm almost done. I just want to see what else they have in their pocket. Just let me look. Well, darn tune, I'm a looting Dutch. Calm your britches. Stop. Okay, I'll stop. After this body, I'll go talk to them. It's probably have enough. I just want all the money, even though most of the... Oh, I got some rum. See, like, look, I need all of this, man. Like, I need all of this. Doesn't understand. Doesn't get it. Ooh, a silver pocket watch. I feel like silver was worth a lot in the 1800s. Wait, it would be carrying the shiny. I should probably stop. My weight's probably really high. It's probably gonna get really high soon, isn't it? I'm sorry, I got a Western RP. I gotta do it. Just sometimes. Yeah, they said like there's a weight thing in the game. Like, look, I got my oat cakes, I got my kidney beans, I got some bourbon, I got my ciggies, I got my rum, my peaches. I got a health cure. Oh, this is a full health cure. Snake oil fully restores Deadeye. Oh, that's what it does. Bitters is for stamina. Oh, chewing tobacco for Deadeye. Miracle tonic is for everything. Okay, and then you can carry ingredients and other stuff. Wait, a bandana to hide your identity when committing crimes. So if I just... Yeah. Wait, wrong button. No, wrong button. No, wrong button. I keep pressing the wrong... Is this one? Satchel. We don't need that on right now. Okay, I'll go now. Wait! What's in the shack? Before I go... I can't even go in. Okay, never mind. I can't even go inside. Okay, Dutch, I'm sorry. I'm here now. Hello.
Good work, boys. Now, let's tear this place apart.
Oh my gosh, are you just telling me I can loot now?
Go search that wagon there.
Oh my god, you're just telling me I can loot the same thing I was trying to do.
Take that building to the left.
Yes,
Right,
sir.
man, find those detonators, explosives, anything you can.
Detonators, explosives. Oh? I think I already looked in here. I did. Can I go in the window? Oh, I can. Nice. What's this? I got a cigar. Ooh. Crackers. Some beans. Oh, this is a chest. What's this? More cigarettes. Some more rum. Holy, they were stacked, dude. A cigar. Bourbon. What else? What's in here? Health cure. Another cigar. Dude, they were loaded. They had all the things. I was just excited. I keep seeing my stamina increase. Wait, hold for details. Oh, like, do I need to do anything? My weight? Perfect, guys. Look, it's perfect. Oh, this is the pristine one. My weight? Perfect. I'm healthy. Perfectly fine. Okay, I'll search. Hold on, I'm gonna search this guy first. I know he said search the building, but like, I need money! Okay, I keep getting health cures. I don't even know if I can carry anymore. Crackers and beans like a true... Exactly, like a true cowboy. A platinum band and $1.52. Let's go. Hello. I need to... Did someone search you already? I can't search you. God damn it, who has the goodies? Which building did you want me to search? You said the one on the left, but I think I went everywhere. I think I went everywhere. And which left? Your left, Dutch, or my left? Because now I'm confused. Or is it the big yellow piss thing on the map? Oh, so the one I was already... I'm so sorry. That's disrespectful to your body. Oh, this. I didn't open the...
good.
I didn't open it.
What do you think, Bill?
Looks
Dynamite. The yellow snow pile. Yes, the yellow snow pile.
Did we get everything?
Think so, boss? Found this on one of them.
Thank you.
Is that a map?
This is perfect.
Oh, yeah?
Map?
Interesting. This is something about the train they was gonna rob. A Mr. Leviticus Cornwall. Mount back up.
Mr.
Let's keep moving.
Cornwall. I know! It's labeled dynamite! I didn't even see it!
Proud of you boys. All of you.
Oh, he's so nice. Yeah, see, I'm glad I took lead. I think someone would have died if I didn't take lead. I'm gonna be so honest.
But we will always get back up and fight. That's who we
Yeah.
are. Outlaws for life, fellas.
Outlaws for life!
We have John,
A wall of corn!
Charles, and Sean.
My Arctic, the yellow cloud up. No, I know Arctic. I just wanted to call it a piss stain. Because I'm like, I think that's what tells me where to go.
Especially when we rob this train, too.
I'm scared about robbing the train.
Oh, indeed.
Wait, question. Do you like bees? I like how bees look, but I don't particularly like bees. Wait, Dark, happy 22 months. Thank you so much for the 22 months. How are you, Dark? How has your week been? No, I haven't. I haven't, Freak. I need to play it. I gotta play it. Perfect. Huh, what are you doing? Why are you running and taking notes, huh? You split lemonade on my map. That or it's like... Well, no alcohol is really yellow, right? Like there's brown alcohols.
Let's make some ground.
Making ground. We're making ground. Let's go. This game is fun to just run in because it's so pretty. Have a good shower. All these like Mimi has a plan. That old show. Oh, true. There's Mike's Hard Lemonade.
You see that fella? Wasn't he at the camp?
That's true.
Leave him to me.
It's a prequel. You can probably watch a video on it. I might watch a video, or I'll see if I can. If I can play the first one, because I think it's on PC now. Chase that. I get to lasso him. Wait, I want to lasso him. Do I get to hog tie him? Oh. Oh. Oh fuck! What did I do wrong?
Boys, because I thought you liked action. Couple of days on.
Oh my god, I have to do this all over again! Fuck!
From you, of course.
Shit. Okay. Wait. No, maybe.
Yeah. He said follow the main train.
Oh my god, I gotta do it all over again! Oh, freak me, dude! Okay, we got this. We got this super fast. God damn it. More looting, yippee! Was he in front of me? Am I a dingus? Where was he? Did I just go the wrong way? We went the wrong way. I nervous a little and I telephonic pretty good.
Ye halls
Wait,
of
Hydra.
ancient road wrangling Riva, I hope your trails are prosperous, Riva deep don't chance them.
No, rope wrangling yet, I freaked up. But happy 14 months, thank you so much for the 14 months, telephonic. I'm not telephonic, I was reading your name, Hydra. I'm a dingus. Thank you so much, Hydra, you've been good. Read that too. I was like reading both because my. I was like,
I learned a long time
Hi, Lemon.
ago that you
Howdy.
can't call
Howdy,
Driscoll.
Lemon.
Wait
Hope
for
you're doing
him,
good.
and people you love will
Okay,
die.
we got this speed run. Speed run.
This feud between you and him needs to be
We got
put
this.
to rest one way or another.
I don't know what I did wrong.
It will.
Some things I can forgive, others I can't forget.
If I could run ahead of him, I'd know where to go. I know, I remember.
Neither.
You killed his brother, Dutch.
We go here. We go up to the smoke.
And I hope the bastards will be reunited soon enough. That's how this
Reunited and it feels
Damn right,
so
boss.
good. Think with the head
See
back.
that smoke?
I'm so
Let's
bald.
come up here and take a look. They said it was near the lake.
Let me
so
go.
we must
I'm
be
faster than
close.
Dutch. Hold on. Tap 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 tap. No, I'm not. It won't let me run. I'm faster than Dutch.
Hold up here.
Okay, this time I'll be with the boys.
All right, gentlemen.
The glorious globe. Bold.
Are we goddamn ready?
Ready, Dutch.
I'm very rotund.
Now, Mr. Morgan and I, we're gonna head up here.
Soon you'll be my
see
favorite
if we
egg.
can't get a sense of the layout of the camp.
Soon, TM.
Mr. Williamson, Mr. Bell, you two take up a hidden position just outside the camp. Mr. Summers, Mr. Escuela, you two hold position here. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. We gotta catch up, Arthur. We gotta catch up to Dutch. Go, go, go. Oh my gosh, stop. Oh my god, now even more rotund. My horns are gone. Oh, it looks so cursed. Oh. Yeah, it put me at the beginning of the mission. I thought it at least put me like after everything.
That's definitely.
It's okay, we're gonna speedrun. Speedrun.
I think so.
Like once we get past all the talking part. Oh, I can skip this actually. Okay, wait, we can skip this.
Let's go pay our old friends a visit.
Because we already saw everything. And then I'm gonna go get my rifle. That's what you get when you fall asleep with the reins and fail. Is that what happened? I don't know what happened. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Okay. Oh. No, wrong button. I keep pressing the wrong thing. Okay.
Good.
Thank
Come
you.
on, let's go.
Okay, we're going.
We'll
Okay.
circle around the far side.
We start
and go
with
down that
revolver.
way, same as Mike and Bill. Like you
Yeah,
said,
let's go. Let's go.
revenge is a
Let's go.
luxury we can't afford.
Yeah.
We cannot
just
afford.
Wasn't sure you agreed with me.
Arthur.
Every great waifu owns a
Lost
rifle.
faith in me.
I only
Our
have one in
needs right
game.
now are supplies, equipment, and a way out of here. Everything else, including
Yes, sir.
Combe, can wait.
Oh, I didn't even see the crows.
There's enough of those bastards down there to
I didn't
deal
see
with
them.
as it is. Now, come
You
on.
come up on a straggler, you just gotta chase him down and lasso. But did I just not see him? I went like the way Dutch went, and then it said I failed. Unless that, I don't know. Maybe I was confused. I'm a dingus. It's okay, I got it this time, surely, right? Surely I don't restart again. I don't know, man. What do you mean? You've played the game. You've played before. You've played these games before. Yeah, I'm trying to sprint down this mountain. Nah, I got this. You let the snow let you slip and slide down. Easy peasy. Wait. Did you make a... Oh, you made a timer. I forgot. Thank you for the timer. Oh, you're making an emote. What kind of emote? It's mostly direction following. So I just took the wrong direction. So this is the wrong game for me.
I should take the lead on this.
I don't have a
Everyone
sense
will
of
be gunning
direction.
for you.
They ain't got me yet.
No, but the way our luck's
It's a
been running-
surprise. Okay.
Let's just get
I'll wait
down
for
there
the surprise.
Down through these trees, quick.
I'm going. Listen, it's real hard to be real fast in this snow. Yeah, like Zoro. Oh my gosh, I love Zoro.
Stay low.
I love those movies. My hair is gone. It'll be back though. It just, you know, my scalp needed some airing out. This game tells you all you need to know on the mini map. I forget to look at mini maps. I always forget.
Get in cover, Arthur.
Exactly. I got a cowboy hat. I don't need no sense of direction.
So, what do are we doing, Dutch? I can take this if you want.
Just make the call. You want to take the lead? Go.
I want to take the lead. I want to take the lead.
Okay, I'll go first.
I'm going. I'm gonna shoot this guy in the. I fucking missed. I missed again. Die! I can't hit you right now, man. Speed run, speed run. Abu! Dude, this snow is not an ideal, like, shooting ground. I can't run! Oh, I thought you were gonna keep running. Oh, I shot his hat off. Boom. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Those guys are dead. Wait, there's a guy. You shouldn't have stopped. What? Holy shit! I can't see this guy's head. I can't see your head. Ooh! That was a nasty one! Not the cowboy aim! What, Detro? Why'd you disappear? Also, Detro, I saw your Warhammer. It was really good. You paint really well. All of you guys that do like Warhammer figurines, you guys like are really good at painting. Excuse me, this is my body. Get away, my loot. Don't touch it. Mine. Wait, is Detro going to sleep? He deleted, so I can't see if you are Detro. Good night. Good night, good night. Get your good sleep. I know it's late.
Heads up, boys. We got more coming in from the forest.
Y'all got that. Y'all got that. Hold on. I got one more body. Okay, I'm on the way. I'm here to help. I'm helping. Oh my god, the aim assist is... I can't shoot because of the rope.
Shit, there's a lot of them. What do you think, Arthur?
Dutch, who are you shooting? Who are you shooting? They're not here yet. There they are. Boom, boom, boom. I don't mean to shoot them like this many times. Boom, boom. And, oh, I have to reload. That's awkward. I was gonna shoot him in the shoulder. I gotta reload again. Boom. I want to shoot in the head, actually. Okay, that's awkward. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Is that it? Be good.
Cowards are running away. Good work,
Nice.
back to the camp.
See, super fast. Wait, have a good day, Zach. Have a good day at work, and thank you. Does the bald head help estimate the wind direction when shooting the rifle? Maybe that's why I have so much aim assist. My bald head aids in the aim assist, guys. Don't worry about it. Wait, does it, Kuma? Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. I am a loot goblin. I don't deny these allegations. They are real and true. Now, why do you want me to switch to the item? Oh, wrong button. I keep pressing the wrong thing. Select Deadeye Tonic. Snake Oil. And then release to use. I see. I see. Did I do it right? Because it's still there. Wait. Did I not do it right? Open snake oil. Isn't that it? Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong thing. No, there's nothing else. Okay, it's fine. Oh no, yeah, I did it. Okay, I'm not gonna loot all their bodies this time, even though I want to. I want all the items. I don't want to miss anything. You see with them dead eye. Stop. Me. Okay, I'm gonna grab all of this first.
Arthur,
Before.
get over here.
Hold on. I want all the. I bought the cigars. They're for later. So I can have a good time. I'm not. I'm trying to get my chewing tobacco and my cigars for later.
Good work, boys. Now, let's tear this place apart.
It's okay. We zoom zoom. We zoom zoom.
You go search
I
that
looted
wagon
bodies while they shot. Got these in the way.
that building.
You're like, yeah, y'all got that. Don't worry.
Right,
Loots all the bodies.
find those detonators, explosives, anything you can.
Anything here?
Let's
Oh,
go.
do my little hops. Ooh. Okay, before I grab all the dynamite, grab this and this. Yeah, I guess I won't loot everything. But there's a chest right there. Hold on.
Perfect. The plans.
Oh, I didn't even see this the last time. Hold on. We got canned apricots. There's some good shit right there. I want B. Plot twist, Arthur was blind all this time. He's just like me, for real, for real. I'm guessing you're finding everything in there, and I want to loot everything. Okay, I'll go grab this stuff. Damn, they didn't even try to hide the dynamite though.
This looks good.
Like, I mean, there's not really
What do you
any
think, Bill?
authorities around, but like, what if there was?
Smells good.
I mean, you never know if the game will move you to another location after the fight, so it's smart to loot. Yeah, that's true.
Think so,
Because it could
boss?
just be like cutscene,
Found this on one
and
of
then
them. Thank you.
skip you over.
This is perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip. Okay. Hopefully, I
let's
got
get
it this
outta here.
time.
Proud of you boys. All of you.
Thank you, Dutch.
Not a man
Oh God.
down.
Good work, fellers.
Not bad for some starving down and outs. They can pummel us hard as they like. God.
Excuse me.
Always get back up and fight.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get past you guys so I can follow Dutch.
Wait until we
Okay,
have
pay
John,
attention to the lasso. I'm paying attention. I'm
Charles,
looking.
and Sean back riding with us, and I believe,
I'm looking this
I
time.
know they will all be back.
Well, you didn't get Combe, but this head'll hurt him a lot.
Hopefully, I
more
don't
than
miss it
any
this
bullet
time because I think I missed
Especially
it.
when we rob this
We are the
strange-
authorities. Oh,
Yeah, I guess we'll see about that.
that's how we
Oh,
confiscate the
indeed we
dynamite.
will.
Easy.
You know, he'll come after us.
Oh, of course he will, just like all the rest. But we're gonna stay a step ahead of them. Make sure we always know where they are before they know where we are. We allowed ourselves
I don't want
to
to
get
fail
a step
again.
behind in Blackwater. That won't happen again.
I'm like really focused now. I'm like really paying attention. Because I don't want to do that all over again. I'm looking, I'm staring.
All right, dig in, fellas. Let's make some ground.
Okay, we're making ground. I think we're almost at the part. We're almost there. Almost there. Well, my horse just stopped.
Hey, you see that fella? Wasn't he at the camp with Colm?
Oh, there's the guy. Okay, I see the guy. I see the guy. I see him. I see him. I see him.
Okay.
I see him. Okay, I see him. Can't let him get away. Okay, wait. LB. And then... lasso. Okay, I got my lasso. I got it. And then you aim with it like this. Okay, so like the gun. Okay, I got it. I think I just need to catch up, right? Like... he's slow. He's slow. His horse is tired. No! What?
Where are you going?
Yeah! I got it! Yeah, can I hog tie this bitch? Wait. And dismount? Okay. Yeah, let me hog tie him! Yeah!
God, no.
Yay! Oh my god! And then I stole him on my horse.
Come on, I'm nobody, mister.
That's what they all say. That's what they all say. Oh, I'm just making sure. Am I missing anything else? That's what they all say. I got him. Also, Bissell, I call it. Thank you for the follows. Thank you,
Kieran. Kieran what?
Duffy, Kieran Duffy.
Well,
Kieran Duffy.
I ain't gonna lie to you. This is
Oh, it's
a real
getting...
bad day for you, Kieran
Behold,
Duffy.
the West
Behold.
Caloni. She beats her paternal mate over the head with a club and drags him back to her lair. Nature at work.
So I'd advise you to save your
No.
breath for screaming.
Oh, I keep thinking I don't need to hold my stick, but I do. Also, Little Yard, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I didn't steal his hat.
Used to you.
No, you're very useful. What do you mean? You're so useful. I'm sure you have information, and if you are, you're fine.
Shitter, I will shut it for you.
Yeah, you little shit. My first hog tie, guys. We did it. This is the Wild West. There weren't any tanks. There will be in about 20 years, though. Also, there are other means. Yeah, we have dynamite.
Just name your price.
Oh my god, the moon looks so pretty.
Test me, is that it? Because I will break every bone in your body.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
Not one more goddamn word. Am I clear?
He said, "Shut the fuck up."
That's 2 bones right there.
Yeah, you're fine. That's 2 bones right there. The moon. There'll be more explosives in 20 years. Welcome back, Tom. Take his beat. Joel, I failed the mission because I went the wrong way because I'm a dingus. But I did it this time and I hogtied him. Don't worry. I got it this time. I got it. You ever ride a horse? It can be uncomfortable on the saddle. I can't imagine what it feels like to be bouncing up and down. Yeah, and he's like on his stomach. On the... I don't even know if he's on the saddle properly. I think he is, but he's on like the very end of the saddle. So he's on his stomach. On the back of... like on the booty... like the back part of the horse. That does seem pretty uncomfortable.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. I am sure. I got him, boys. I got him. I need to
Here
time
we
him.
are, you sack of shit. Let's introduce you to the boys.
Not that here you are, you sack of shit. Oh my god. Wait, oh. Am I not? Come here. Yeah, but
Don't hurt me, please.
Oh, don't worry. They're real nice.
You're nice. Damn, he's strong. You can run with him with one hand.
You found a little shit, did you?
Yep.
Yeah.
I got him.
Very
You
good.
taking all my life.
Welcome to your new home.
Tupper, that's true.
Hope you're
You
real
always say
happy
you little
here.
shit.
You want me to make him talk?
Oh, no, now all we'll get is lies. Uncle, Mr. Williamson, tie this maggot up someplace safe. We get him hungry first. I got a saying, my friend.
We're gonna break him.
We shoot fellas as need shooting, save fellas as need saving, and feed 'em as need feeding. We are gonna find out what you need. I can't believe it! An O'Driscoll in my camp!
I ain't an O'Driscoll, mister. I hate that fella.
Oh, whatever you say, son.
So either he's telling the truth or he's
just
lying.
sorry we
If
missed
he's telling
out
the
on
truth, then
Cole.
like he could
Well,
join
there's
us,
time enough
right?
for that.
Surely. I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think I trust
I gotta
it.
figure out if we can hit that train.
Okay.
Train. Also, Harold, thank you for the follow. Thank you, welcome. Would you say to me, stop? Is that the ninja clip, Tom, that you're thinking of? Arthur's strong. I'ma haul you off like a sack of grain, you little shit. Stop. The southern accent is coming out too much today. It's like so much. Wait, I need to pet my horse every day. I need to pat you. Give you pats every day.
All right, boy.
You're a good horse. You're beautiful. I love you. Yeah. Okay, so it's a mahogany bay horse, you know. This is my main horse. He's beautiful. I'm so southern. Hi, Broccoli. How are you, Broccoli? Happy Thursday. Wait, no worries, Hashim. Please go rest. Go rest. No, you're good. Don't apologize. Go rest. You're sick. Also, you never have to apologize for not being chatty. Anyone. You're totally fine. I understand. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Is it Arthur's birthday? Hello. Ew! What the fuck?
Well, maybe they'll come looking for those O'Driscoll boys we killed at that ranch down the way.
The horse is shit, too? They made realistic pooping? What the fuck? Oh my god! You're nasty. You're disgusting. That can someone clean that up? Like, that's gross. That is so... That's disgusting. I'm gonna go through the other door. I'm going to the other side. I'm going to the other side. I don't... Yeah, but I don't need to see the horse pooping. Alright, it was gross. They have balls. They can poop. Oh my gosh. And it's just there. It's not... Like, it's just there. Oh no, I'm gonna have to clean the poop-poops. I'm not... I should have went in from this door, man. Oh, there's poop-poops there too.
All going to plan.
Why are your feet like that? Can I talk to him? Is he... Oh my god, is he okay? No, I can't even talk to him. I can't even talk to him. Did he fall asleep? You good? Can I pet all of these horses? Oh god, that's so gross. Can I pet... Bows? Bows? Bows. Bows. I want to pet you, Bows. You're very pretty. Oh, you're standing up. You're doing good. You're doing great. Ooh, sorry. Oh my god, there's so much. Ew. Maggie. Hi, Maggie. You're very pretty, Maggie. What's your name, Mr. Poopy McPooperson? The Count. Alright.
Is the O'Driscoll behaving himself?
Seems to be. Moans a lot.
Keep him nice and hungry.
He moans a lot. Charles. Oh, sorry. I can't. Oh, I can't go. I need to go on the other side to look at the other horses. Okay, I'll leave. Goodbye. Getting out of here. Oh, wait, what is the P? What's the big P mean? Oh, because you're here. I didn't mean to step on that. Grabs poop. No. Also, hi, Pluggy. It's all part of the experience. I'm living my true
What is it, Arthur? We're
cowboy
okay.
life here right now.
We have a few cans of food and a rabbit. For what? 10, 12 people?
No, it's not. I just wanted to say hi.
I do not wish to hear about what you got up to in the Navy, Mr. Pearson.
I love
We were
what you did
stranded at
good.
sea for 50 days. And you unfortunately survived.
Oh.
When we ran away from Blackwater, I wasn't able to get supplies in. Well, when government agents are hunting you down, sometimes shopping trips need to be cut short. We'll survive.
That's true.
We always have. If needs be, we can eat you. You're the fattest.
Oh
I
my
sent
God!
Lenny and Bill hunting, and they found nothing.
He's just a little
Lenny's more into
chunky.
book learning than hunting. Bill's a fool. Unless those mountains are full of game that want to read, ain't no wonder they found
Enough of this. We'll go find something. Come on, Arthur.
Wait a second. Hold on. Here. You're gonna need something to eat out there. Assorted, salted offal.
Assorted, salted offal.
Preferable.
Come on, let's go.
You can't go hunting. Look at your hand.
I can't stay here listening to you two. Look, if this game
He said this sounds
and you
disgusting.
can kill it.
It's
You need
horse
to rest,
balls?
Charles.
You think this is rest? Come along.
Oh, okay, Charles is assertive. Hi, Alice. I hope you did good, Alice. If she gets caught staring at the infamous horse balls. No, I'm trying not to look.
You take this.
Oh my God, I saw the balls.
Oh, you're joking.
Use a gun, and we'll scare off every animal for miles
I
around.
saw them. Oh,
Never
I
told
was
to
just looking at the horse, but they're right there.
Come on. This way.
I got a bow. Ooh. I can't see them now. His tail is very fluffy. I can't see any bones.
How are you holding up, Charles?
I'm okay.
Match speed with the companion by holding or
Stupid
tapping.
mistake.
Still bad?
It'll be
I like
fine in a
holding.
day or two. I just can't pull a bow right now.
But I
Sure
can.
hope I can. Never really got the hang of it.
You'll be fine.
So, you reckon we're gonna find something to kill that ain't no Driscoll?
Huh. There's meat up here for sure. Pearson doesn't know what he's talking about. Now the weather's eased off a bit, they'll be needing to feed.
That's true. It's not snowing as hard. It's a
We'll
little
head up this
lighter.
way. Find some higher
Maybe not
ground.
as cold. That's a strong, independent, liberated horse right there.
Been a
Yes,
wild
sir.
few days, all right. That ride north from Blackwater,
Oh my
getting
God.
stuck in the storm, going out for John.
But wait,
That
what's
thing
the
with the
offal? Is
Driscolls?
that horse balls?
got a
Is that
lot
what
put
that
on you.
is?
I wish
I don't
want
want to eat horse balls.
I didn't mean it like that.
Hope you had a good
Just-
sleep. I have, and I hope you've been having a good day, Alice. Not working too hard, I
know
hope.
what happened on that boat.
With its
Me
balls
neither.
hanging out.
Well,
Oh
Javier
my
told me a
God.
bit, but it sure weren't good.
Oh. Surely we find food. Animals have to come out sometimes. Not all the animals hibernate. Don't think about it, just eat. I mean, that's true. Food is food. Food is food. You gotta eat. Wasn't the key ingredient to beef and go? What is beef and go? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Only 11 hours. Oh my God. Please go get some rest, Alice. Holy 11 hours. That's so long. Ah.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I was drinking water.
Take me, please.
I was drinking water,
See some of the
please.
ground uncovered here.
Wait, I can't see
Come
it,
on.
Dangles.
Let's try this way. Keep your
Wait, if I think I can refresh on here. Maybe it'll let me see. Uh, no, it doesn't. Hold on. I know I can. It's really goofy with new emotes. Hey, hi, Gojo. We're doing good, Gojo. Wait, no, I can see. Hold on. Oh, that works too. Actually. Oh my god! Stop! Wait! I love this! Stop! It's so cute! Oh my god! I like the one with the brown because I think it contrasted better. How the heck did you make that? What the heck? Oh my god, it's so good. I like the one with the brown horsehair because it's a better contrast, I think. So there's not so much purple and purple and purple. No, Alice, you should rest. You should rest. Only 11 hours. I remember doing 11-hour shifts. I would just knock out. I'd be gone once I got home. I'd be like, I'm not getting up. I'm not moving. I'm knocking out.
That's good.
No wind at all is
But
bad,
I get it.
But if it's too
I
strong,
understand.
they won't move. Now shh.
I love that. What the heck, Dingles? How did you make that so fast, too? Hello? Hopefully, it'll fix for next stream. It should. I think it's just new ones I can't see on
here
the...
a second. I see something. Oh.
Oh? What did you see? Tracks? Animal tracks? You're huge? Fast. I feel like you did it fast.
How can you not?
No, your sleep is more important in my opinion, Alice.
Don't leave it on your horse. A gun will skip everything around.
You're right. I'll go get the bow. And then, wait, I pat you first?
Grab that bow off the horse.
I pat you before I go. Okay, sorry, I like, oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay, bow. Got it. I got my bow.
As you can. Stay low
yes, sir.
And move slowly. Try to stay low.
Okay. I'm low and I'm slow.
I think so. Maybe not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think so. I was gonna say, I don't see shit. I'm gonna be so honest. I'd be a terrible hunter. Oh, and then they... Oh. Oh, I see now.
It's easier in the snow, but once you get your eye in, you'll be able
Dude,
to
these
track
tracks are
nearly
tiny because the deer's little hooves are so small.
Stay crouched.
Yes, sir. Sorry. I'm crouched. So this way, that way. Got it. I see. I see the light. Oh no, I'm thinking about the Tangled song now. The Tangled song is in my head. Is he going straight and then kind of to the right? We gotta get... Are these those fluffy plants? What are they called? Snow. I forgot. I know, it's very bright. I know, the snow is so bright. It does feel like how, like, actual snow feels like.
Shh. Down there. You see him?
No.
Quick, get that bow out, Arthur. Aim for their head or neck. We want to.
I don't see no deer. Oh, there's a deer.
Quite hard. You'll feel when it's too much. Now, Arthur. Good shot.
Yeah. There we go. That's one deer down. One deer down. Is there another one? There's one, like, over there. Oh, I see him. I see the other one. I see him. I can't see anything. Hey, no! Why the deer's balls? Cause that was a female deer. She doesn't have balls. I didn't see any antlers. Can I also get my arrow back? Do I need to do anything with the deer? I guess we wait until we finish. Did it run away? It was right there. I think it ran. Oh, frick. Can I walk in this or will the current take me away? Don't take me away. Oh, this is gonna be really cold. This is gonna be really cold. Ooh. Stop! Yeah, I did check, but I knew it was a female deer. But I had to see how detailed they made the booty. I can boop the snoot of a dead deer? Huh? Yes, a hunter must hunt. Oh, there's two here? Okay, ready?
That didn't kill it. You should go finish
Fuck. What was that? Why did it sound like someone shot a gun? Oh, that deer is gone. Where did it go? Scattered. That way?
There's a knife on her.
Oh, I feel. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm making you suffer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shh, it's okay. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, I didn't kill you in one shot. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. I promise. I thought she ran away. I didn't think she was just on the floor like. Yeah, I had to put it out of his misery. I was gonna say, I'm calling for my horse. He's not showing up. Ah, but you did. Hi. Hello. Don't look at your fellow. Well, you guys aren't really the same. But, like, you're similar, you know? I love how he talks to his horse. Alright, boy.
Ready to head back when you are.
Come on then. Let's head back.
Hey, we got 2 deer though? That's huge. We could have gotten 3 if he let me track the other one. Animal carcasses can be dropped off to Pearson. I'm guessing that's a butcher to contribute to gang supplies. Are we a gang? Wait, I thought we were cowboys. Is this a gang? Hi, Skyzy, and hi, Lupus. We're both good. Oh, hey, we're rootin' tootin' in here. We are rootin' tootin'. I've been liking it. How are you, Skyzy? We're doing good. We're a gang of cowboys. I never knew cowboys were ever called gang. Yeah, we're like outlaws. I guess that is a gang. That's like modern day gang.
Still have a big price on
We
our
steal, we murder,
We'll find somewhere to lie
we
low.
might do a little drugs. I'm good, just got home from work. Ooh, I hope work wasn't too bad.
You notice how
Der
Pearson's had a
Wanderlingen.
bottle in his hand ever since we fled Blackwater?
Yes, the
We
cowboys.
give the camp cook 5 minutes.
Stop,
to grab
Dingles!
the
That song's gonna get
essentials
stuck in
and
my
go,
head.
And he doesn't
No.
even bring a crumb of food.
Good that we caught more than one. We've only been up here
Yeah.
a few days and have already
We should
picked
have got
up
the
2 more
third
mouths to
though.
feed.
There would have been a lot of food.
We ain't feeding the O'Driscoll a damn thing. Except maybe that can of salted offal Pearson was kind enough to give us.
We're gonna give him the horse balls.
She has a wild look in her eye.
Of course. She lost her husband, her home, everything she had.
So what do we do?
Yeah.
Well, once we get out of here and we're back on our feet, we'll see. She might have family somewhere.
Who knows? Maybe
True.
she'll deal with the O'Driscoll for us.
Not much for
know
steel
my
horses,
money's
but
on
we're
that
essentially away
fight.
from that being a thing.
He's
That's
weak,
true.
but
Get a girl
that
horse
makes
and
him
enjoy
much
the
more
sweet
useful.
whisperings of
Maybe we
cowboys
can get to
saying
them
good
before
girl.
they get to
Oh my god!
What is it with the O'Driscolls?
You ain't dealt with them?
I do really like Arthur's voice.
We ain't run into them much
Wait,
the last 6
Hashim,
months.
thank you for gifting us up to Sky Sea.
I guess
Thank you so
because they've
much.
been over this way.
Let me have something. No, I understand what you're saying, Alex. I get it.
We've been scrapping over scores with them for years.
Wait, hi, Elo. Elo, I hope you're doing good. I hope you're getting rest
Their
too.
leader, Combe, and Dutch go way back, and not in a good way.
I just be a rootin' tootin' cowboy
Blood
today.
feud. So I heard.
Yeah, please never change.
Watch out.
Stay as you are.
Bear up
Oh.
ahead.
Bear! Can I fight it?
Another way around.
Bear! Oh, they let me aim my weapon. Bear!
Stay well back.
He's got a lot of meat on him.
Wait, let me reenact the
No need
Revenant!
to push our luck.
Wait!
Windstorms like this are the worst.
Let me
for
fight the
sleep
bear!
over.
I can become Leonardo DiCaprio!
Yeah.
Man, if he wasn't here, I would have shot the bear. I would have shot it. Gosh darn it. Wait, they even add, like, there's tummy physics on this deer. Oh my god! I would have died to the bear. The bear has spooked your horse. When a predator is nearby and your horse hold, calm. It's okay. Am I doing it right? I don't know. It just turned my camera.
He ain't ever
Oh wait.
talked that much, you
It's
man.
okay.
How long
It's
you
okay.
been
It's
with
just a
us now?
bear.
5, 6 months?
Oh, he's been there a while.
Bet you didn't expect this.
What?
Any of this. Blackwater
It's
mess.
okay. You're okay.
Being up here?
Ah. Sooner or later.
No, I'm gonna reenact it. It's okay. In
I
game.
just thought you might have
Revenant
moved on by
movie.
now.
I'm ready.
You want me to move on?
No. No, not
I
at
beat
all.
Barry alone for doing good.
I know you could run it alone. No
Yeah, it's
problem.
perfect.
I did
No, I
that
totally
for
would
a
have died to the
long
bear.
time.
I think I would have killed
I'm
me.
done with it.
I have to try and fight one once though. One time.
I still wonder that most nights.
I reckon you're okay.
I
This
like
suits me.
Charles. He's chill.
Sure, I could fall in with another gang, but Dutch. You know,
That's
Dutch
crazy.
is different.
I picked
Oh,
it.
yes. Dutch is certainly different.
He treats me
You
fair.
should get an energy drink. Unless it's
You
late,
do.
then you should.
For a fellow with a black
Well, it's not
father
that
and
late
Indian
for you.
mother, that
But
ain't
like,
normally the case.
depends.
Well, we need you now.
I thought that was a
More than ever.
bird.
Good. And how long have you been with these boys? Why ain't you run off?
Me? Oh, 20 years, something like
20
that.
years!
Since I was a boy.
Damn!
20 years?
He's been in the
Yeah.
gang since birth, basically.
Taught me to read. John, too. Taught me a few other things.
Wow, they're like a
I was
true
there.
family. This is his family.
I'm sure.
Oh shit.
Dutch saved me. Saved most of us. That's why we need to stick by him through this. He always sees us right.
Oh my god. Huh?
How's that
Dang.
new horse?
He's all right. He'll do for now. I appreciate you letting me take Taima the other night.
She's a strong one.
Horse's fourth
been
best,
as hard on the
fourth
horses
best
as on the
boy.
rest of us.
Charles'
I don't know
third
what
best
Dutch would do
boy.
if something happened to the Count.
Same with
So
Bill,
Arthur,
Brown Jack.
John,
He's a
Charles,
drunk,
then
miserable
Horse.
bastard, but
Four best boys.
he loves that horse.
You know, Elo, that's just how they say hi to each other.
I tried to ride him now Tuck me
That's
faster
how
than
they
a
say
bull.
hi.
Won't take nobody but him.
They go right into the slurp glorping. Never ask. Stop taking the hobbits to Isengard. Oh yeah, we gotta do Lord of the Rings. It's supposed to be this week, but next week, I promise. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings next week, I promise. You haven't slurped yet? Yeah, because Dangles is just slurp. You know, I can't say that. Oh, I can't say that. I'm just gonna ride my horse and bring my deer back. Imagine Arthur Morgan does a collaboration with the muscle horse. Oh my god, stop. That'd be crazy though. They could. Make some money from the IP.
I'm gonna hitch tie him over here.
Brought some food back, boys.
Everyone's like, yeah, food. They're so happy. Stop. Now you're just watching him.
Thank you for showing me how to use the bow properly.
I only showed you a little.
Thank you.
It takes a lifetime of practice to master.
I like how they do like the tutorials in this game. Cause it's like, it feels like a true mission, not like, okay, let me hold your hand and yada yada.
Just drop it down in here. What a surprise. Find a camp rat loitering around in the kitchen.
Is that any way to greet an old friend? I feel like we haven't spoken for days.
I do my utmost to avoid you.
He loves me, really. It's his sad way of showing affection.
No, it isn't. Now shoot, get lost.
Oh my god, why is he so mean to his uncle?
See, you got on just fine. Charles is a wonder. Have a drink, boys. You earned it. Jesus, what is that? Navy rum, sir. It's the only thing.
Navy
rum.
rum.
Thing.
Is that
you
really
sane,
strong?
Yes. Seems to have done a treat on you. You go rest that hand, Charles.
I'll be fine in a few days.
You mind helping me with the skinning, Mr. Morgan? It's easier if we do it together. Do I get to skin you? You're always one with the jokes, aren't you? Come on.
This really isn't a job for a man with a burnt hand. I'll see you both later.
Yeah, go rest. Go do your things, Charles. Thank you. Oh. Well, you told me to drop it. I didn't know. Should I put it on the table? You told me to just drop it wherever, man.
Skin both of these.
I'll skin you, you balding little shit. Shave your head. Save it onto you, the hair and stuff. God. Look, oh my god. I didn't think I was gonna, like, see it.
Not too bad, Mr. Morgan. Yeah. They always said you were a butcher. You know,
I'm
you
not
could
for
trade
a
these or sell these.
I know, his head's almost shaved. Just shave it all off.
Make a legitimate bit of money, of course. Right now, I'm just looking to get off this mountain alive.
What is he saving it for?
Else, you bring
Get
it
that
to
shit
me.
out of here.
Sure.
He'd look better bald too, I think.
Arthur Morgan's
Oh my
first
god,
decent
it's
bit of hunting.
naked. It's
After all
weird.
these years. Yeah. Well, we're
Oh
on
my
the run
god.
now. Everyone's got to do their bit to survive. Just make a good stew. Folk need it.
I've never seen like
few
a
days.
skinned deer ever. Oh, it's so weird. Is it Kai or I'm saying your name right? These should the follow. Tiki Ogo. Give him your hat. I will. You should play Destiny. Do some last minute season thing.
Dutch being Dutch, he is busy making plans, and Dutch being Dutch, those plans involve robbery and dreams.
Sounds like Dutch. Who the hell is Leviticus
Well, I
Cornwall?
thought you was reading him his last rites. Now I see you're introducing him to your other passion.
I'll mind
That
you
is a
show
great
me some
mustache.
respect, Mr. Morgan.
Mind away,
Swanson?
Reverend.
Oh, he's a
Still here
reverend.
then?
I owe you.
Yeah. And you'll pay me. But for the moment, just rest.
Arthur, I think it's time for the train.
Want me to come?
Of course I do, but look at you.
I was always ugly, Dutch. It's just a scratch.
Don't lie still, son.
Oh my god, not that I was always ugly and I'm fine.
You see me now.
I puzzled
What's
really
left of
good.
me?
Yeah, Red did.
What about you?
Guess I was hoping to see a corpse.
Bide
Oh.
your time. You'll see plenty of them.
You're a
But
rotten
she's
man,
so-
John Marston.
He is an idiot, Abigail. We all know it.
Wait, why is she so mean to him? She was begging me practically on
Now,
her
you ride
knees to
ahead
go
and set
find
the
him.
charge at the water tower
Now she's
just
being
before the
mean?
tunnel.
Ain't a problem.
Yeah, this
Why
is the
are
true
we
horse
doing this?
game.
Weather's breaking. We could leave. I thought
This
we
is the
was
true
lying
horse
low.
game.
Come on.
What do you want from me, Hosea?
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
We're living, Hosea. We're living. Look at me. We're living. Even you. But we need money. Everything
Even
we
use it
have
because
in
he's real
Blackwater.
old.
You fancy
The
heading
old
back
man.
there?
No. Listen, Dutch,
She's
I ain't
soon did it.
trying
I
to
think she
undermine
is.
you. I just want to stick to the
She's
plan,
happy
which
he's
was to
there.
lie low, then head back out west. Now, suddenly we're about to rob a train.
What choice have we got?
Leviticus Cornwall's no joke, Dutch.
Who is Leviticus Cornwall?
He's a big railway magnate, Sugar dealer, oil man.
Well, how good for him.
He's an oiler?
Sounds like he has more than enough to share.
Okay, I'll keep down.
It is time to make something of ourselves.
That old.
Get your horses ready. We have a
Looks like
train
gray
to
hair
rob.
yet. It's time to rob the train.
All right, let's head out.
I like how we just go for it too. We just go for it. He's an oily baron. Oh my god. Wait, why doesn't Dutch's most loyal man believe that the gang can go around the world? Because he's a flat earther. God damn it. God, that's a good one. I can't even be mad. That's a good one. Wait, yes, good night is a way of saying goodbye at night. Good evening is used for greeting. Yeah, exactly. Also, Max is your penis.
I'll be fine. Good. I'll take the driver and engineer, then run point.
Your one color That's true. I don't have white hair. It's redeemed. No.
That's what we're after. Mr. Cornwall's private car.
His private car.
Great. Have you got a problem with that?
Not if you keep your head for once.
You worry about yourself, huh?
Enough.
I want to be right behind
We're gonna need to move
Dutch.
fast.
Yeah. Wait.
Is
Oh.
everyone clear on what they're doing?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes, boss.
Good. Now come
Yes,
on.
sir.
Let's
Wait,
rock.
this dad joke. What do you call a dad that has fallen through the ice? A popsicle. God damn it. Series are so like, oh my god, super dad joke. Very Viridian. Nick, hello? Oh my god. God damn, a popsicle. God damn it, dude. Yeah, no more ads. I know. The Twitch ads are crazy. It used to be a lot less for like no pre-rolls. I think it was like a minute 30. And then it went up to 3 minutes. But Twitch is in desperate need of money, so they do take some of it, a little bit of it.
Before anyone gets up here after us.
No, English is hard. English is a complicated language sometimes.
This is what I call a crew. Micah Bell.
When did you say that, Dangles? What? What is the context of that one?
Charles Smith, Arthur Morgan,
What?
Javier Escuela, and what about young Lenny here? Always
Oh.
the first man
You
on
hit
his
me with
horse.
cheese. Ooh, snake.
Just happy we're back
Watch
out,
out.
Dutch.
You sure you're ready for this, kid?
Of course I'm ready.
Just
Are
stay
you sure,
calm.
Lenny?
Keep your
Are
eyes
you
sharp.
sure?
That goes for all of you. No mistakes.
Oh.
on standby.
Oh my god, Wait, they give the care package. I'll do it after this mission. Or if there's like a place I could stand, like a cutscene.
That's a lot of damn money to leave sitting for too long.
It would be crazy
That's
to
true.
go back there now. The place will be swarming with Pinkertons.
We go back when I say we go back, and that's the end.
I hit the wall. I thought I was gonna turn automatically.
There's a water tower.
English is the dumbest language in the world, and yet somehow requires the smartest people to speak it
Is Bill
properly.
there?
That's
Yeah.
you're not
You
wrong.
wanna head down? See how he's getting on? Okay.
No, please subscribe if you can. I know, no, like literally, subs went up too. Check on Bill. My horse does shit. All right. Okay. My horse pooped. He really had to go. He had a nervous poop, guys. He's a little scared. I ain't standing there now. Wait, everyone's horse
Good
pooped.
spot. Yeah.
Oh.
I must remember to thank Colm O'Driscoll for planning it out so well for us.
And for providing all the explosives.
Wait, the snow's like melting in this area
Real
too.
generous of the feller.
Hmm. No, they said May, so like winter should be over soon.
Is there a problem, Arthur?
Oh, I forgot I had to do something. I was so concerned with my horse pooping.
Come on, Bill.
When does it due?
Half an hour at most, if it's on time.
Wait, do I need to go? Oh yeah, I need to go down here. Okay, I'm going. Bye. Sorry, I was so concerned with my horse pooping. It was the run-in with the wall scared the shit out of him. Wait, there's his horse. I think that's his horse. So where's Bill? Oh no. Bill, are you okay? Bill. Is he on the tracks? Bill?
How you getting on? Yeah. I'm okay.
Oh, there you are.
You sure?
Hi. Oh, you're setting up the dynamite.
Can I help a little?
All right. Go ahead and set up the detonator by those rocks over there.
Okay, sure.
Now just unspool the wire and then attach it to said detonator.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have left my horse. I should have left you up top. I'm so sorry. Wait, you can run. Wait! Don't leave! I love you, please! Hold on! I forgot you can run. Oh, please don't run away. Oh, my horse. Please. Yeah, just stay there. Just stay there, please. Wait, Gojo, happy 10 months. Thank you so much for the 10 months. What the heck? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, it's almost been a year.
What's taking
Holy
so long?
schmoly. Sorry, I was doing something.
Okay, this is good.
Dynamite. Stop.
You head back up to the others.
Dynamite. Okay, I'm glad I could help. What, is my horse okay? Why do you look like you're tweaking? Oh, you're just shaking. Oh, you cold? It's okay. It's okay. You're good. You're the best horse. I'm giving my horse a pat. Alright? God, I just wanted to pat my horse. I'm going. Bye. God, so rude. Just wanted to give my horse a pat. Make sure he knows I love him. Has to rub a train and pet horse.
What's going on? He says all fine.
Oh, fuck! I misclicked. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That was a misclick.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay, cover your faces. Train should be here any minute now.
Oh shit. Why is it even equipped? Oh my god. Oh. No, I want my revolver.
There's a
Okay.
misinput. You calm the fuck down! There's a misinput!
Misinput!
Why are you doing this, Arthur? Just pull up your bandana.
Oh, yo, sorry, I forgot. It's my bandana. That's what I had to do. I'm so sorry. Oh, I keep pressing the right button. They was yelling at me. And then R. Right? Oh, to you. Oh, fuck. I keep pressing. Okay. I'm like, the buttons are my brain. Wait, good night, Tom. Get some good rest. Good night, good night. Have a good day tomorrow, too. Yeah, true. I didn't miss. If he wasn't friendly, his horse would have died.
You all know what to do.
Yes, sir. I think. Well, good night, Tom. Good night. Holy, my room is getting really hot. Boom! Oh, no. Did I do it wrong? Oh, no. You idiot! Oh, he didn't set it up right.
It was fine. Come on!
Yeah, like it's my fault. I just did the spoolies. Oh, no. You gotta jump the train, guys. Run. Sprint. Come on, guys, sprint. Bridge! 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 Oh no, he fell! Oh, you're okay. Okay, yeah, just stay there. You want spoolies? Grab Lenny, Lenny. Lenny, oh, Lenny, I'm so sorry, Lenny. I got you. Oh, I got tapped. I'm gonna kill people. I got tapped. Damn, Lenny, you're going without me. Yes, sir. Oh!
We need to stop this train.
There's another guard up ahead.
Okay, Lenny.
You want me to take him?
Yeah, you know, honestly, that's all you, man.
Arthur, who's going?
That's all you. I believe in you, Lenny. Go for it. Oh! I don't think you're gonna push him off like that. There's that other guy. I don't want to shoot. But I don't think I got a shank like he does. Oh, I have to shoot. Yeah, I'm like, I don't got no shank, man. Wait, guard.
Shouldn't we push up?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to aim. See, I was trying to aim, but I'm just like, oh, that's why, because my fists are out.
Any requests for the Undertaker?
No. Frick that guy. You know, listen, it's pressing the wrong buttons. Why? Lenny, I'm gonna shoot you. Now peek again, do it again. I dare you. I double dare you. Lenny, I'll shoot you in your face. I'll shoot you right now. You're lucky the game won't let me. Lenny, move! You're telling me to move, Lenny. Good shot.
Well, I hooked up the wire, but we won't mention that.
Yeah, I'm like, I think it was me. Like, I did what he said. Wait, yeah, I need to rob all these people. They're rich. Hold on. Yo, you got that, Lenny. Oh! Lenny died! Oh my god! Lenny did not have it! Oh my god, Lenny! Oh, Lenny, you didn't have it. Okay, I'll go with you next time. I thought you were good, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Lenny, I'll loot as we go. Yeah, you got that. Go, Lenny. Sorry, I'm in the way. Go, Lenny. Go. Oh my god. Wait, no, I don't want to talk to Lenny. Freak Lenny, stop. Oh. Wait, oh, fuck! Oh my god! Okay, go! Lenny, go! We got this! Go, Lenny! We got this! Listen.
There's another guard up ahead. You want me to take him?
There's no way. Yep, go, Lenny.
Yes, you go.
Okay.
Go, Lenny, go. I got you. Okay. Ow! Ow! You know, this is working out. It's fine. Everything's fine.
We moving up?
No, because this guy's shooting me and I can't. I got him. And
We better get up there.
we're going. Running. No looting this time. No looting. Oh wait, X. I was like, okay. You died to one guy, Lenny? You couldn't shoot one guy?
Shouldn't we?
Lenny. Oh fuck. Never mind. Listen. You know what? I get it now, Lenny. I get it now.
Loser!
It wasn't
You're
one
a
guy.
loser.
I know!
Sorry for yourself? Well,
No!
you should be, 'cause
I
you're
know,
a
I know,
You make
I know.
me sick, you big baby!
There's another guy.
I know.
Want me to take him?
Yes, Lenny, go, go. Okay, no, we got this time. We got this. Push him off. I go. Shoot this guy.
Who's got a shot on them? Will someone blow their brains out? Hey, I got a bullet for you right here.
I missed. I can't see you.
Come on,
Okay.
let's get to the front.
Yeah, we're going. I have to reload. I gotta reload. Let's go, lady. Let's go. We got this. We got this time. I got this. I'm going.
Hooked up the wire, but we won't mention that.
Okay, see? Now that I know that guy is right there. And, oh my god. And,
How you doing there?
I'm okay.
let's go, Lenny. Let's go.
If we don't stop this train soon, the other boys will never catch
I know. I'm going. I'm being fast this time. Fast. Oh! What the f... Break free. It's fine. I'ma choke him out. Why does he look like Abraham Lincoln? Get to the front of the car. Stop the train. Got it. First try. Totally. Oh no, I already did fall. Okay, see, we got it. I missed. Oh.
There better be some money at the end of the...
Let you, Lenny. You're like, is there any more? Is it just that guy? No, it's just him.
Bastards must be guarding
But Lenny's a, oh, I didn't see this guy. Lenny's a good shot. Oh, you didn't kill him. Huh? I was aiming right at his head. Hello? Go, Lenny. Go. This rock is not good cover. What are you? What the fuck?
Still okay?
I think so.
Good.
Oh my god.
Good, kid.
Oh my god.
Where the hell are the others?
Oh, I didn't mean to climb that. Oh my god.
Damn it. I thought that was all of them.
I missed. Wait.
We're gonna get out of this.
No time for this.
Oh, I know we are.
Oh. E. That's for fortify. This is for health.
That's the other boy.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good now. I'm good. Holy, there's so many. I'm missing. Wait. Did they all run? They all ran! That's crazy.
Oh, you oh, you're done now. Hey.
Did you think kill them all?
Good shooting, kid.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, I was like, these are my guys. They killed them all.
Yes.
Is
let's
my
get the
horse
money and
okay?
go. We got some fellas holed up in this last car.
Are you okay?
What are you boys planning on doing in there? Listen to me. We don't want to kill any of you anymore.
I'm scared. I'm scared for Dutch.
My word, but
I know, I'm the worst shooter in the West.
Come on,
Yeah, you can do. Well, I did die, I think, Fingers. I think I did die.
5, 4, 3, 2,
3.
1.
Oh, not the 3, 2, 1. He didn't even go 3. 2, 1.
Wake him up a little.
It's COD. Surely I'll hit someone.
That's enough. Mr. Williamson, give Mr. Morgan and Mr. Smith some dynamite.
I wanted
You
to
two
keep
boys
going.
go blow that door open.
Oh.
Now, don't matter too much to us, but you boys in there might want to take a step back.
There's the
Seems
dynamite.
good enough. Now light the fuse.
I'm backing up. Oh, I was ready to back
Here we
up.
go.
Ready? Right in the boot.
Unless you got a death wish.
Run! I'm ready. Boom!
All right, come on. Just walk on out here. We don't want to kill you.
Come on out, y'all.
Rob your boss. Get on up there.
See, if you guys didn't fight, no one would have died. Do I get to go and loot? Or do I have to stay out here? Oh, I get to go in and loot. Let me in. Let me in.
Look at this place. It's like
Holy, hello?
Oh, you two
They're
got the
living
safe?
real good in here.
Oh, yes. Should be easy as
Wait, bye,
cake.
Blue. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. I know
Just
it's
gonna
late.
stand
You'll
there,
be getting
kid. Pour
late.
me some brandy, will ya? I'm parched.
Shut up.
All
Me
right.
and Arthur did all the work.
Yeah, kid did good. Didn't see you rushing to jump
Yeah,
on
I
that
took the
train.
brandy. I'm taking the brandy. You think you're getting the brandy? I'm taking the brandy. I'm taking it.
Okay.
Well, there's just
See
fun.
if we can get this open.
No, this looks like something.
Come on. Getting there.
Ooh, what are those?
I think I got him.
I got the
Nice.
bond.
Thank God. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna look through some more. Hypothetically, what happens if you hurt a civilian there? I'm not sure. Also, they weren't going red, so I wasn't sure if they would let me. Wait, was there nothing in here? For real? Like, nothing at all? Damn.
Let's hurry this along now.
Wait. Cigar. And the pocket watch. Listen, sir, I need my money. Alright?
Waiting on you, Arthur.
Just, I'm just looking. Just looking a little bit. Dear Mr. Cornwall, we are yet to receive payment of $2,000 for the initial phase of exploration of the... I'm reading a letter! Hold on! Oh my god! At the Wapiti Indian Reservation, Marino, as agreed in the contract between Cornwall, Kerosene and Tar and the Leland Oil Development Company dated November 9th, 1898. On receipt of the funds, we will proceed with phases 2 and 3 of the project and present you with a detailed report of our findings within the month. Oh, so he owed them money. He's dead. Yeah, I'm taking all the brandy. Open this. No. Okay. Okay, I'm done. I did it.
What did you find?
These.
I gotta get all the brandy.
They worth anything?
Oh, sure.
It's worth it.
Bearer
The one time she actually reads and
probably sell
even the
these
game's
pretty
like, hurry up.
Well done.
I know. The one
You
time.
Get rid of all of this.
The train?
Yeah, get it out of here.
What about them?
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's up to you. Kill them, leave them here, take them with you on the train. Just make sure they don't send no folk after us.
Okay.
See you back at camp. When you get back, we'll be moving on. The rest of you, let's ride.
Okay, I did my care package while that was going. Oh my gosh. Got the right priorities with the brandy. Listen, I need my brandy, alright?
Okay. Get on the train. Quick. All of you.
They're already scared. I won't point my gun at them.
So behave.
Get on the train. Get on the train.
Move.
Get on the train.
You'll end up like all your friends out here.
Get on the train.
I thought we had a deal.
I didn't mean to shoot. I was just holding the button, and then he's still alive. What the? Why is he still alive? Hold on, I shot him so many times. Come back. Listen, I won't do it again. I thought it said to hold something and then like, so and then I pressed the button and it's fine. No one will know. Who will know? No one will know. I won't shoot anyone again, maybe. Nothing happened. Y'all better be chilling here. You heard nothing, alright? Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Y'all be nice and chilling here. Alright? I keep shooting by mistake. I'm not even meaning to kill him. Wait, did he need to be alive to do something? Surely not, right? 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 I can just do it. Enter. Arthur? I'm spamming enter train and he just didn't want to get in. Listen, it's fine. Oh, the game would let me know? Okay. Maybe get out of there before you kill someone you shouldn't. Yeah, you're right. I should go. I'll be more honorable, I promise. I promise, I'll be more honorable as the game goes on. But why'd I have to shoot him like 5 times? That guy was tanky. I will repent. I'll go to the Reverend. I'll tell him of what I did out there on the train.
So we getting out of this hellhole?
We're gonna try.
Oh, like,
We're
okay, well,
And we just
okay.
robbed the Leviticus Cornwall train.
We got money in our pockets. The worst is behind us, gentlemen. So the question is, where now?
I know this country a little. I told you, we should set up
Oh, we're
camp
packing
in
up.
Horseshoe Overlook near Valentine. We'll be able to hide out there, no problem, as long as we keep our noses clean.
Well, then let's go. Clean noses.
Oh my
and
God,
everything else.
John
Arthur,
looks so fucked
you're on
up.
that one. Bring Hosea. I know you two like to talk about the good old days and what's gone wrong with old Dutch.
Why does he make it sound like I know you guys like to shit talk me? So like, go in there together. Oh, the music is so pretty. Don't shoot. I won't shoot the nuns, I promise. Yeah, keep all the hecklers in one car, please. And 2 eyes in God. I can't wait to watch Lord of the Rings. It'll be so fun. No, we won't shoot the church. No. No. At least we got what we needed. You know? Did our thing. Now we're moving. We got food. It's starting to get warmer. The snow's melting.
Lenny! Micah, get over here!
Yes, boss.
You two ride up ahead, make sure there's no surprises. We've had enough of those.
Me with the boy?
Just go.
Come on, kid.
Oh my gosh, he's so racist. Everyone else is like, we love him. We love Lenny. He's just like, me? With him? Everyone else is like, we love Lenny. He's chill. Oh. I'm holding. Ooh. I need to move my water bottle. I just took another drink and it's in a weird spot. Ooh. Please. Wait, Top Hat, thank you for the follow. Thank you, welcome. Love me some exposed meat. Oh my god. Ooh.
Gotta keep us moving, but calm.
But calm. Oh no!
Okay, let's take a look.
Please tell me. Okay, I'm like, that's scripted, right?
Well, what's going on?
I know I broke the wheel.
All right.
Hey, hi, Crunchy, we're doing good. You did the bull
We can
hop.
handle it.
Bull hop.
All right, Charles, you and me hold the thing up while you try and put the wheel back.
I'm just like, it's scripted, right? Because I would totally break the wheel.
Shut up.
I'm just saying.
Well, say less.
But I like to talk. Oh, I was doing it, but I think I did it too fast. Bash it. Bet.
Nearly there.
Ugh. You sure it's in there correctly? It's in there. It's nice and snug.
You ain't so useless after all.
Not
Oh, I feel so bad. He's old. Jose is old. He's old back. Wait, help him. He's old. Hi.
What do you think?
If they wanted trouble, we wouldn't have seen them.
Listen, indigenous people are very
really
nice.
screwed
If
them
you
over
don't
down
do
here.
anything to them, they're chilling. Just
Come
don't
on,
hurt them
let's
and their
not push our
land, and
luck.
you chill.
What happened?
Well, get in. I'll tell you.
They're very nice people. But, you know, back in the day, they didn't understand that. You're different. You're weird. They're just mean.
Not too far now. Stay on this trail.
You look like a gunfight. Oh my god. Oh, everyone left us? That's crazy. They didn't even want to
The
wait.
Indians in these parts got sold a very raw deal. Go on. Why are we so far behind?
Alright, how are you? How are you enjoying Red
This is
Dead
the
so
heartland
far?
we're
It's
going to.
good. I like
Good
it.
farming
Even
and
though I'm
grazing
kind of a
country. They
dangerous.
lost it all. Stolen clean away from them it was, every blade of grass. Killed or
We'll go a little
herded
fast,
up to the
just a little
reservations
bit.
in the middle of nowhere.
Oh.
How's that different from anywhere else?
Well, maybe it's not. I just heard some of the army out here was particularly unpleasant about it.
Unpleasant.
How do you rob and kill people pleasantly?
That's true.
Despite it, that just talk.
I fear I was perhaps trying to simplify something more complicated for the benefit of our block-headed driver here.
What?
Hey, don't blame it on me. Never
I'm not the
forget,
idiot
this
here.
is a con man, Charles, born and bred.
He called me
Just 'cause
stupid.
it sounds fancy don't mean he knows a damn thing about what he's talking about.
Yeah, literally all human life is don't fuck with me and we're fine.
So,
But people like to fuck
what
with
happened
things.
to your tribe?
You know?
I don't even know if I have.
Rootin' tootin' dingus. Oh my gosh, that should be in the title next time
My
too.
father was a colored man.
Oh.
He told me he lived with our people for a while. A number of free men did, but when we were forced to move from
What?
our lands, the three of us fled.
Oh.
I was
Yeah, they're
too
still
young to really
humans, and
remember
humans,
much.
yeah, they can be shitty.
Oh, life had been
Really?
fun.
Everyone says it's one of their favorite
Couple years
games.
later, some
It's really
soldiers
good so
captured my
far. It's
mother.
fun.
Took us somewhere. We never saw her.
And so, like, immersive.
We drifted around.
He's not, that's true. He's not stupid. That's John.
Around 13,
I'm not
I
John.
just took off on my own.
You're here for the
That was about
dingusness?
the
I
age we
appreciate
found young
that.
Arthur here. Maybe a little older. A wilder delinquent. you
I'm like
never
trying
did
to
see.
read while
But he
listening
learned
and
fast.
stuff, but it's like I also don't want to
Fast
fall.
Marston, apparently.
It's goaded to you.
I don't understand.
Not when I'm done with it. Oh? Oh, frick.
It's a long
Alice, hello? I'm so scared I'm like gonna run off the
That
edge.
depends. Are we still heading west in search of fortune and repose in virgin forests as we planned?
Virgin
No.
Forest?
Are we heading in the correct direction on our desperate
There's a
escape from the law
bunny.
eastwards down the
You are now
mountains?
hot.
Yes,
I'm
believe
hot?
So.
You know this area?
Thanks.
Hello.
Sorry.
I've been through a couple
Make
of
sure you
times.
wear clothes appropriate for
There's
the
a livestock
environment.
town not too far from here called
Well, I don't think I
Valentine.
can strip right now.
Cowboys, outlaws, working girls, our kind of place.
I don't think I can strip at the
Probably
moment.
Pinkertons.
Wait, is it
Let's
lagging?
hope not.
Game lagging? You already were? Okay.
What's it called again?
Horseshoe Overlook.
I get it now, Dangle. Stop.
Will do for now. And how low do you think Dutch is
my
really
God.
going to lie? It's just,
Stop.
you know.
No,
maybe
I
it's
get
me
it. I
that's
didn't read the
changed,
whole
not
thing
him,
at
but
first, and I'm like, oh
we
wait,
kept
I
telling
get
him
it
that ferry
now.
job didn't feel right.
It's so
You and
good.
me
Would
had a
Jeff
real lead in
recommend
Blackwater
the
that
first
coulda
one?
worked out.
Yeah, I heard it was on PC. I think I would play the first one after
Isn't
this,
like Dutch to
honestly.
lose his head
I want to
like
see
that.
the whole story.
Things go wrong sometimes. People die.
That's true.
It's the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Always has been. Me, you, Dutch,
Especially in
We've all
these
been in this
times,
line of work a
people
long
die
time.
easy.
and we're still here.
Easy,
so
easy.
I figure we
Not
must
with
have
that
got right
attitude.
a hell of a lot more than we got it wrong.
I was gonna see how fast I could go. I was gonna start spamming to see if we would just topple over.
What are you working on?
What is he doing?
Just some yarrow and ginseng. Good for the health. Better than that stuff you buy in the store. Yeah, you can have all this. I'm at the point where I can do it with my eyes closed.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I thought he was wanting me to mix it. Yarrow is good. I've never had yarrow. I've had ginseng, but not yarrow. Yo, Yaza! Oh my, is that what it is? Is that what he's making over there? The compendium tracks what you've discovered in the world. It can be accessed in the progress section of the pause menu. Thank you. Oh, it's good for wounds. Okay. But why is he making it? Am I injured? Is he injured? Oh wait, his hand is still burnt. Maybe it'll be good for his hand. Twas booty. Wait, hopefully whatever they got going on with Red Dead Redemption 1 these days is better than what I had to deal with a few years ago. I'd assume so? I'll look into it later, because I want to just see. So I can, like, plan it out. So I'm hoping it's better, and it's not, like, some weird funky thing that they did to allow people to play the game. Do you have a medicine cabinet? No. I actually don't have a medicine cabinet. I did in, like, an old house I used to live in. Oh, look at all the deer. Is that one male? I saw horns. Or not horns, antlers. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
Take it easy.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way.
There you are, brother. Head in there. Follow the tracks real quick.
Are those turkeys?
Thanks.
Those are turkeys.
I'll jump on.
Huh? Okay. Wait. Come on in, Javier. There's actually a perfect little spot for you. Oh, you're just gonna... Okay.
Any trouble getting in here, Javier?
Nope.
What are these plants?
This is a good spot.
Excellent. I think this'll work for us, Arthur. For now, anyway.
Maybe we're gonna set up our little place. It's gonna be so cute. It's gonna be adorable. Wait, what do you mean, Dangles? What do you mean? What were you gonna say? Oh, this is our new home, sweet home. Not Alabama.
You weren't wrong, Hosea. This place.
Perfect. I hope so.
Gentlemen.
And there's no snow. We're free from the
have
snow.
survived.
Even though I love the snow.
Now it is time to prosper.
Wait, Dutch looks so... Wait, his suit is... Hello? He looks
We're on to something
good.
big. Then Micah got you all excited about that ferry, and here we are.
We have all made mistakes over the years, Hosea. Every last one of us. But I kept us together. Kept us alive. Kept the nooses off our neck.
I guess I'm just worried. I ain't got that long, Dutch. I want folks safe before I go.
Me too.
And now we are stuck
I like
east of the
Hosea. He's
Grizzlies and out of
sweet.
money, and a long way from a dream of virgin land in the west.
I know, my brother. But we are safe. We make a bit of money here. Then we move again. Head out around them. Be west of Uncle Sam. In a few months, buy some land.
I hope so.
Would you just look around you? This world has its consolations.
Gentlemen, I'm going to head into the local town and, you know, see if I can strike up a little business.
Of course, Herr Strauss. Up for robbing banks to usury. Seems more dignified somehow. Now, everyone, put your tools down for a moment. Come on, gather round. Quickly now. I know that things have been tough.
Wait, is that the girl we saved in the purple
And
skirt?
we are far too poor. So it is time
She's still
for
with
everyone
us.
to get to work.
Get to work, but stay out of trouble. Remember, we are itinerant workers.
Laid off when they shut down our factory to the north. Now get out there and see what you can find. Uncle, Reverend Swanson, no more passengers. It is time for everyone to earn their keep.
There is a town a little way down the track named Valentine. Livestock town, all mud and morons, if I remember right. That seems a decent place to start.
And, we need food. Real food. That means every day. One of you.
And remember, whatever it is that you find, the camp gets its slice. Now be sensible out there.
Now, the girls have your tent ready, Mr. Morgan. Come with me. You two will be ready shortly. We put you over here.
I'm sure everything will be fine, Miss Grimshaw.
It should be. Most of your stuff from Blackwater got saved.
Everything apart from my money.
Oh, don't remind me.
Well, we can always make more money.
We're gonna have to. Miss Jackson, I've seen shit with more common sense than you. Do it properly.
Oh my god! She's so mean! But that's true. We can always make more money. That is true. Chapter 2. Horseshoe Overlook. Wait, Chapter 2. Not Riva. Have faith in me. We just need a little more money. Stop. A couple of weeks later. Oh. A couple of weeks later.
Got off the mountain.
Oh.
Rode east into some pretty enough country called the Heartlands.
Oh, I know
Ain't been this far
Heartlands.
east
The
in many a
Heartlands.
year. Dutch seems a little better. His eyes are sparkling.
Oh, he's so
once
cute.
more. I can see he's thinking a little clearer. I think we all feel a little happier. In spite of Blackwater and that whole mess.
Arthur?
Jose?
Quite a day.
Let's hope so.
There's a bunch of the boys already in Valentine. Bill, Charles, and Javier. And Swanson found something down at the train station by the lake, apparently.
Oh?
And Strauss came back with that creepy little smile on his face. I'm sure there's a whole list of unfortunates he's more
Why are they
sorry
calling
about.
him creepy? Is it because he's German?
And
I think he's German.
I'm gonna read a book.
I have a camera. When you gain or lose weight. Oh my god. You guys are right. I can get chonky or skinny.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear
What?
boy.
Oh, hi.
What's going
What's up?
on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free.
We're free.
Free to plan our own futures once more.
I hope so, Dutch.
You kept the faith, Arthur.
Your beard is getting long. You
You
can use the
always
shaving
kept
kit beside your tent or
I ain't
visit a
losing it
barber.
now.
But what if I want it really long? I like his beard. I like the beard though. Can I talk to her?
Hell of a morning.
I'm Molly.
Well, I'll leave this here then.
You know, if you take the shawl off, you wouldn't be as hot, probably. I'm just gonna say that, you know. Yeah, I wanna grow it out. Like, it's a nice beard. Go full Viking beard? Wait, can I? Can I do like the whole braid and everything? Chapter 1, get it right, oldie. Oh my god. No, it's not gonna be hell on earth. We're gonna be perfectly fine. Oh my gosh, she does like the cowboy stance, holding the belt and everything. I'm walking. I got $13. Was that my money? I have $13, and in here there's... Oh no, there's 8. I have 18. The whole place has $13. I want my 18. I'm making bank. I'm making money. I'm gonna go to all these little... Oh, wait. Oh. Examine. What was that? Oh, stop. Good morning. Everyone's saying good morning to me. Hosea and Bessie. Oh, they look so cute. Look at them. Oh my god. Look at him and Bessie. I want this. I'm taking a whiskey bottle. Oh, I can just drink it right now? Oh, we getting drunk in the morning. Yeah. You look tired, Miss Ma'am. You look tired. She looks tired. See what? Oh. You good? Hello? Wake up.
Ow!
Oh, oh my
Careful not to
God!
work yourself to death there, Uncle.
I was thinking.
Yeah, does it pay well?
Oh, eventually.
So, while the rest of us are busy stealing, killing, lying, fighting to try to survive, you get to think all day.
Well, it's a
Yeah,
strange world
thinking
we
is
live in,
hard.
Arthur Morgan.
A lot of work.
Do you want to head into town? See if we can find anything out?
Sure, I got some errands to run.
Great. Go check the horses are ready.
You gonna take the old man into town? You take us too?
Well, what you got planned?
Nothing. We'll find something for y'all to do. We always do.
We're bored out of our minds. Been cooped up here for 2 weeks now. Karen's about ready to murder Grimshaw.
Well, can Miss Grimshaw spare you?
Can Miss Grimshaw spare you? What's happened to you, Arthur? 3 young, healthy women want you to take them a robbing. You're worried about house chores. Let's go.
Fair enough. You got me. Come on in.
I can't believe we're going to see civilization. Feels like weeks since we did.
Yeah, Valentine. Very embodiment of civilization. You ladies are gonna love it.
Okay, then. Let's go.
All right.
They better not do nothing dumb. I'm just saying. Think about— no, there won't— no, I'll make sure he doesn't get any lice. Don't worry, no lice. No lice in this beard. Oh god. Oh, I feel like I'm going too fast. This feels too fast. Is it worth doing? I don't know. I'm wondering if it's worth to donate to the camp right now. It's so country. Day drinking. Woo! I had to. I got a day drink. Had to. Go trim that mangy beard. I'll trim it. Like, just trim a little bit off the sides, you know? Is this a song about a prostitute? What? Fits my Peter like a diamond ring? Oh my god!
Yep.
Drink that fancy wine. Plume in her head is 2 feet tall. The crack in her pants pay for it all.
The crack in her pants pays for it all? What? Oh my god. Original. Oh my god. Thank you for gifting a sub to Peter. Thank you so much. Wait, hi, Peckles. Oh, yeah, you're in Florida Keys. Peckles, I'm so sorry. How's Florida Keys? I hope you're having a good vacation. Oh my god. You're hauling ass if you catch my drift. Oh, this song is crazy. Get it, bitch. You're going shopping. I know I missed things while scrolling up a bit. She does make a compelling argument. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Oh my god. Exactly. I can't speak. Holy shit. Mr. Miller has laid old Otis in his grave. Oh my god. At least in this time period, herpes came from it with a catchy song to go with it. That's true. That is true. Wait, look at that guy over there. Damn, his carriage is nice. Maybe we can get one that nice one day, ladies. The game is it's broken me. That's— damn, he's going.
He's all over the place.
Yeah, he's zooming. Is he okay? Why is he zooming like that? Oh no, his horses. Oh no, his horse. Oh no.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Well, I got lumbago. It's very serious.
Tilly,
All right, I'll see what's going on.
I'll help him.
Really?
Lumbago.
Friend?
He got a chunky
Help
horse.
me get my other
It's like a
horse
short,
back from
stocky
over
horse.
there, could you?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I'll help you.
No problem. Thanks.
I got you.
It's the white one over there.
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing. Don't worry. I saw everything.
Easy there, easy.
Hi, it's okay. You're okay. I know it was scary, right? It's okay. I know. Oh, you're a tall horse. Come on, yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's okay. You're okay. You're so pretty. Oh, these are those horses with like the hair on the ends of their hooves. I don't remember what breed of horse. I don't know much about horses.
Here you go.
I got you.
A gentleman, sir. A gentleman.
No, not
I got
really.
you.
I was just...
No, not really. I just...
Well, anyway, thank you.
Do you need help? Like, doing anything else? You're good? You good? You sure you don't need anything? You know, I could help you fix the wheel. No? Okay. I'll best be on my way.
Come on, let's go.
To Valentine.
Oh.
You're turning into a regular old fairy godmother there, Arthur.
There you go.
What's that supposed to
I didn't want to hit the horses on the thing.
A small one, perhaps, hidden deep inside, but a real one.
I have a heart. Arthur has a heart. That's crazy.
Well, Arthur,
That's true. Lizards do have hearts. Hi, Ken. Hello. Hi, Ken. You're doing good.
I probably would have robbed him.
Do not walk behind the horse, ever. Wait, can they kick me? Or are you saying they're gonna shit on me? Oh, look at the train. Is that guy falling out of the train? Did that person just hitch a ride on the train? Is that what just happened?
Yep.
He just jumped on the train and like hitched a ride. He's like, catch a ride. Sorry. That fell into my head. I have Pekos. I have heard of Uma Musume. I have.
Smell those sheep.
I don't think I will play it, but I'm glad everyone else is enjoying it.
This looks like
I have heard of it. Have you been playing Uma Musume? Me hunger? I'm also getting hungry. I think I get hunger. I ate like literally like 5 minutes before stream. But it wasn't a big meal.
Miss O'Shea is far too high and mighty now for the likes of us, or to do any real work. She's a society lady now.
Ooh.
Okay.
People get on trains? I know. Look at the puppers! Look at him! He's so cute. I want a dog. Wait, you ate a lot today? Did you also do a lot today, like physically? So maybe you burned everything, like all the energy, all the
Go
calories.
left here, down the main street.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff's always on the right. Sure, you can pick up some bounties there, Arthur.
Heaven
Ooh,
forbid
bounties.
You put your head on the line.
I want to do bounties.
That's a young man's game.
I'm actually so scared I'm gonna just run into someone. I'm trying to be really good. I'm a good driver.
Will you remember that though, Arthur?
I did sleeping. I think sleeping counts. You probably slept off all the calories, you know? I want to see if I can go pet the dog. Oh, there's another dog. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go. I'm trying to park this right here. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Everyone out! Get out! Go do your thing.
Man at his finest.
Wait, where'd the dog go?
What are we doing?
Doggo.
We're gonna do what any self-respecting maniac does.
Doggo. Oh, they don't let me pet the dog. They don't even let me get near the dog. No.
Okay, just stay out of trouble and don't get yourself.
I want to pet the dog, please.
Okay, well, we'll see
Can
you
I
at the
pet the
general store
dog?
when you're done.
Please. Please.
So
Let me
that's
pet
how
your
you
dog.
see yourself, is it? A
No.
maniac?
Won't let me. That's too damn bad. That's crazy. I'm tired of this grandpa. I've killed many people doing just that. That's why I was like, I'm scared, and I feel like I'm gonna run someone over.
You are a sad man, Arthur Morgan. But I know you love me.
I don't know if I love you anymore.
You're my favorite parasite. No.
Oh my God.
Ringworm's my favorite parasite. You're my second favorite parasite.
Very funny.
Ringworms are his favorite.
Ringworm, then rats with the plague. Then
Rats with the plague, then him. That's crazy.
This is the place, huh? Come on.
Morning.
Good morning.
So,
Nice beard.
Hell, a drop of whiskey for a start. You know, something to pass the time while we're waiting on the women.
Always thinking ahead.
What does he have? Provisions, tonics, ammunition, hunting, fishing, horse care, clothes,
Let me know
horse
if you have
care.
any questions, fellers. Whiskey's on the top
Oh my
shelf,
gosh,
nearest the
the
door.
horse reviver. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna buy one just so I have one on me. Water. I don't know if I can buy water. Can I buy water? Provisions. Canned food. Listen, we don't drink water in the wild, wild west, guys. We just drink alcohol. That's it. That's all we do. $1 for some crackers. Assorted biscuits, $2. Chocolate bars, $2.
For once? You feeling all right?
See this?
What the fuck?
Young folk got no respect for their elders
I can't.
no more.
I'm just buying. I can't buy
Lamb or the
things.
sausage?
Well, this here's a sheep
What
town.
clothes?
The lamb's the best
I know I shouldn't look at clothes. These aren't important. But like,
That's a ripe cheese, all right.
ooh, yo, these hats are expensive. 100. It is $115 for this. Damn. I said, to be honest, alcohol might be safer. That's true since it's
This should
clean.
do the trick.
They probably didn't have much clean
That's
water.
fine whiskey.
Okay, I'll save the rest. I only have $8. I only have $8. I'll just buy the reviver. That's true. It is a whole outfit for 115. That's true. Wait, where did Uncle go? Wait, where did he go? Can I go back here? Wait, you just let me walk in your house? Wait, I'm allowed to do this? Okay, well, that's locked. Okay, he made sure the door's locked. I'm 90% sure I have that exact hat at home. Really? They were nice hats. If you do, that's sick. You can't revive your horse if it explodes. It won't explode. I'll make sure my horse won't explode, okay? I promise. I won't let it explode. Yeah, he's just drinking all right. Damn.
Oh,
Didn't even let us get home.
Good health, sir.
That's
Get down here
4K?
off that mountain.
Absolutely.
Which that would make sense if it was like a very high luxury expensive suit. They're probably about that much, right? Like a tailored expensive suit. Oh.
Gentlemen, I think I got something good.
What? What?
I snuck into this fancy house. Acted like a servant girl. Usually works. Someone was saying her sister was taking a trip from New York or someplace. Train full of rich
New York
toys
mentioned.
heading to Saint Denis and then cruising off to Brazil.
Okay.
Brazil mentioned.
A train laden with baggage and passing through a bit of deserted country at night as to get to the docks in time for the tides in some place called Scarlet Meadows.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, it's right out near New Hanover. Right, it's real quiet out there.
Sounds good. Where's Tilly and Karen?
I think at the hotel. They were picking up some drunken fellas that they was gonna
At the
rob.
hotel.
Seemed
Oh.
easy. They have been gone for quite a while.
I guess I'll go see if
Are
there's
they? Are they doing what I think they're doing?
That does
Oh,
not look ideal.
that doesn't look good. Oh no. Oh, Miss Ma'am, what did she do?
You can go kiss a damn snake for all I care. Get off!
Get your
Excuse
hands
me.
off her. Who are you?
Don't touch her.
Get the hell off of her, you son of a bitch.
Hey, take it easy. There's no problem
Don't touch her.
There will be if you don't get out of here right now.
Yeah, get out of here right now.
You're making a big mistake. Tilly Jackson.
Just get lost.
Get out. Get.
I ain't doing this with you.
Move.
Go wait with Uncle and Mary Beth. They're across the street.
Okay. Thanks, Arthur.
See, this is why we don't bring you guys to civilization. Okay? The women should stay at home because y'all be doing things. I don't know what y'all be doing. It's not fantasy. It's called fantasy. Oh. Oh yeah, it's like Red Dead is like a huge mixture of things. It's not like proper geography per se. Okay, I gotta go in here
Can I
now.
help you, sir?
Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to bust up on your door like that. That's my bad. I'm here looking for some women. No, I'm looking for women. Are you stretching? You know, good job on you. No, you gotta stretch out your back here and there.
I'm looking for a girl who came in here earlier with a drunk fella.
I was using that panther
blonde,
sell.
you'd remember.
Wait, there's a
Yeah,
panther
they're in 2B
selling
upstairs.
glitch?
Are you a friend of his?
What?
A friend of hers.
His nose is so red. Wait, question, did Riva pull that gun on him or was that like a cutscene? Oh, I did that! I pulled the gun out on him. I made sure to take my finger off of the shoot button so I didn't shoot someone again by mistake. I made sure. I'm like, don't put it on RT. Don't press RT. Don't shoot. Barge is in good day, gentlemen. Twitch news. Cute Oni says women being in the... Listen, in this day and age, they need to stay at home, okay? It's dangerous.
No trouble
Like
now,
he...
please.
I make no promises. I make no promises. That's the muchness of a man who makes his wife happy. Oh my god. Karen, I got you. Get off of her. You look disgusting.
Buddy, I paid. Ain't paid to hit her, you goddamn animal. Come here.
I paid for nothing.
Ooh.
Think you two could stand me?
Oh, wait, he kind of beat me up. Hold on. Wait, oh my god, this guy's queasy. Hold on. I can't get it hidden. Oh my god. Just... No.
Who's talking now, huh?
Oh.
What the hell are you doing here?
Wait, I kind of knocked him out in one punch.
You okay?
Fine.
You sure?
Are you sure?
Nothing to worry about. Just me.
This is why you shouldn't be doing this.
That stupid bastard was boasting about the bank.
The bank?
Sure, I know
The
small
bank?
town banks are usually a waste of time, but this is a livestock town. There's lots of cash sometimes.
Okay. Keep investigating.
Frick you, man.
I will.
I assure y'all pretty good. I didn't mean to spit.
I hope everything.
Wait, did I kill him? Is he dead? No, he's not dead. I punched him once. He's not dead. No, he's alive, right? He's... There's no way I killed him in one punch. I took his 32 cents. He's not rich. He only had 32 cents. Well, I guess he probably gave her all of his money. he probably gave her all of his money. Wait, they give the care package console. Wait, I'll do it. Real quick after I bring Karen back to the carriage. So he's knocked out
This
up
isn't
there.
one of those ladies first situations.
Ladies first. Oh my gosh, her arm, dude. She has a brute. Like, he actually punched the shit out of her.
Arthur. I don't much
Oh my
like being safe,
god.
but when I have to be.
I understand.
You okay?
Sure. He only punched me. Arthur punched him a lot harder.
All right, then.
Hey, who's that guy over there looking at us?
Weren't you in Blackwater a few weeks back?
Me? No, sir. Ain't from there.
Oh, you were. Well, I definitely saw you with a bunch of fellers.
Me? No. Impossible. Listen, buddy, come here for a minute.
I saw you.
Come here.
Come on, get.
Oh no. Oh, that's
I don't like
bad.
this. Me neither. Go get the girls home. I'm gonna go have a word with our friend.
Be careful, Arthur.
Just a word.
Do I get to lasso him? Minty chocolate? I can see that. It is like minty chocolate.
Get back here right now.
Listen, I just want to talk.
We need to talk, pal.
Where did he go? Oh no. Sorry. Oh, this is. Oh, I don't know. Oh. Where is he? Where did he go? Wait, Perry. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Perry. You're so slippery. Oh my god! Uncle Reed is hello, how's your stream? I looked, oh no, I can see, I looked over to read, and then I didn't see. Wait, how is Liza P going? How is it going? Are you doing the DLC? I haven't even gotten there yet. I gotta get there. I gotta get to the DLC. But I hope stream's doing good. Oh my god. Oh no, it's okay. Listen, it's fine. Surely my horse is fine. Great. Yeah. We're still at the beginning of the game. Wait, let's go. Wait, I hope you've been enjoying it. I really, really love Liza P. I gotta play it again though, because I have to get to the area so I can actually do the DLC. But I'll get there. I'm just taking my time. I am rotund. I am. But also, Perry and Raiders, if you do need to go get food, water, shreds, or anything like that, please go do that. I know it's late. It do be 9 EST, so I'm like, it's probably later for some of you guys. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself after all that. I don't normally look like this. But I'm Riva Malphony. Just playing some Red Dead. Totally not like, you know, killing my horse and stuff. You know, not falling, not me. No, not. What do you mean this is a lie? I don't normally look like this. This is not how I usually look. But thank you again for the raid, Perry. I really, really appreciate it. Also, Ark, thank you for the follow too. Thank you, welcome. The plunger hat is part of the model. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. What he does not know. Okay, all right. Who did that? Okay, we won't fall this time. We won't fall. We won't fall this time. I'm looking. Wait, where did he go? Oh, he just goes through here. I went like the weird way. Don't kill the chickens. Don't kill the chickens. Don't kill the chickens. Okay, we're not gonna fall. We're gonna just keep going. Wait, huh? Did he go this way? Oh. Wait. Oh, I lost him again. Wait, was the guy running him or did he lose his horse? I'm so confused because I didn't see him. We need a version with two plungers on my horns. No, skill issue. No. And I got it this time. I got it. Look at that horse, he's so pretty. Don't kill the chickens, don't kill the person. Okay, go. He's going. See, I'm catching up this time. I just want to keep doing the call out. It's funny. Oh fuck!
Please, I can't get up.
Please, excuse me, horse. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Please do something.
Why are you telling lies about me?
No.
Why are you lying?
I got it wrong, partner. I got it very wrong. Now please.
Why he lying?
I ain't never been in.
Did I kill two chickens?
Then why are you chasing me?
I've got an unfortunate face.
Yes, me too. Now please pull me up.
Can I give an eep? Oh, elp, not eep. I'll help you, but don't double cross me.
Come on.
I'm gonna be a very nice man. No more shooting random people. No, the chickens are fine. Surely, they're fine.
No.
But she don't listen or remember. No. Don't push him off. That'd be so fucked.
You ain't dead.
There is that. Jimmy Brooks.
I think
Jimmy
it's best
Brooks.
for both of us if we pretend this never happened.
But now I know his name.
You saved my life. You're a good man, and here. You want a pen? It's one of them steel ones.
Oh, we got a steel pen? Okay, I
very
see you. I hit you all over
I'm
the
not a
good.
good man, Jimmy Brooks. Not usually. You see, I was in Blackwater.
Oh.
I killed people. And maybe I should have killed you. Should I have killed you, Jimmy Brooks?
Me? I never saw you. Not now, not never.
Yeah, that's
we have an
exactly what you
understanding?
tell people. Yeah.
we do.
Exactly.
Jimmy Brooks.
Mhm.
I will remember that. I've got a good memory.
I haven't. Not one lick. Not 1 cent in this here old mind.
Yep.
Come on. You have a nice day now, sir.
You too, Jimmy. You too. Bye, Jimmy. And after that, you have to go back to Valentine to return to horse, or if you could just take it for yourself. Yeah, that's true. That's not my... It's not my horse. I was like, whose horse is this? This is not my horse. What is this playing? Oh, it's a carrot! Oh shit, okay, it's a carrot. I'm gonna pat the horse. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna be good and bring the horse back. Okay.
All right, girl.
I'll be good. I'm gonna bring it back. No, shoot him anyway. No, guys, I'm trying to be good. You guys are a bad influence. I'm trying to be good. Okay, I'm good. I don't do anything bad. So, can I go home now? I know that's the horse, like, you kind of just took me and now I'm here. Here.
Am I glad to see you? Out of the way. Here's your horseback, friend.
Oh, you really were just borrowing it. Why
Yeah.
in for me?
Why did he take off running? What? What? Why did he just take off? I didn't do anything. Oh my gosh, just because I bumped into him? Oh my god, okay, well, his horse is back. Am I that offended? I offended him so much because I bumped into him?
Good evening.
Where's my people? Where's my... Are they in the saloon? They're in the saloon, aren't they? They're getting drunk. What's up? Ew, what was that gremlin laugh? What was that? Who gremlin laughed?
Oh, Arthur, come here. Come over here. I want you to meet our friends.
Holy her
Pleased to
tatas.
meet you.
Well, ain't you just a tough as teak mountain man?
That's my inner
Hi,
voice.
Anastasia. Anyone can tell this one is a pussy cat.
Exactly. Yes, he's a pussy cat. Ain't that so, Arthur?
Whatever you say.
I thought he was gonna call me a pussy.
Ain't that a nice
I
way
would've
to
clocked
talk
you.
to a lady?
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady.
Excuse me.
Well, I must say.
That's kinda rude!
With the women, amigo.
Yeah, regular dandy and a chum. Where's Bill?
Oh, man. I dread to think about it.
Oh my god.
There he is. Watch where you're going. Take it
Are you about to kiss that guy or punch him?
Ooh! Bar fight! Oh! Guys! Okay. Guys, listen. Oh! Freak you! Yeah, freak. My hat! Ooh. My freaking hat! You punched my hat off! Oh! Okay, okay, I see you. I see you, mutton chops. Yeah, frick you, mutton chops. Yeah, give my freaking hat back, bro. Put that shit back on you. Why are we fighting, y'all? Do I need to... Wait, can I just fight everybody? Frick this guy. Punch him in his kidneys. Oh, no.
Come here, you little greaser.
Oh. Oh, what the... Why did you hit me with... Oh, my God. Get off me. Damn, why you got such a tight grip on me? You want to kiss me or something? Like, damn. Oh my God. Get off of him. Oh my God. Oh, my hat again. No, wait. Oh my God. Oh, I was just trying to go to town to buy some stuff. What happened? Ooh, ooh. Oh, why are you always trying to choke me? What the hell? Ooh, ooh, okay, okay, I see you, I see you. Why you keep choking me? I see what you're into. Ooh, my toe. Ooh, hey. Yeah, frick you. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I see you. Do we? We kind of fricked up the bar, man. I don't know if we have... Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no. Oh! Yeah, listen, he kind of thick, Arthur. He kind of thick. Oh, oh, you recovered real fast. Oh. Dude, this guy is so thick, like, out. What the? Is he trying to break my arm? Get off me! Yeah, in his nuts. Yeah, the nuts was the shot. Your nuts are weak. You have weak balls. Frick you. You're weak. Get stronger balls.
Stop! Stop!
No.
Please.
Oh.
Please, I beg you, stop. Come, sir. You won the fight already. Surely that's enough.
Ma'am, what? Sorry.
No business, sir, but please, I beg you.
Listen, the nut shot brought him down. Oh, his bag.
Making new friends again, I see, Arthur. Look who we found sniffing about.
No, please don't quote it, Leary.
The very same.
Well,
Nice mustache.
I thought you'd gone to New York.
And miss all this glamour.
He looks like
You
a New
must be
Yorker.
joking.
Well, old-time New Yorker.
Well, quite well indeed.
He's
I
so
went
fancy.
to Blackwater looking for you gentlemen. You're not very popular there, it seems. Ah, Javier and Charles. I've missed you. And Bill looking as well as can be. Gentlemen, always a pleasure.
You're right. We ain't too popular in Blackwater.
We left a lot of money there.
And young Sean, it seems.
Oh, Sean, he's still alive.
Yes, I have. He's being held by some bounty hunters, trying to see how much money the government will pay them. I know he's in Blackwater, but there's talk of them moving.
Well, if we step foot in Blackwater... Well, then we're...
No, you added that to the quotes.
There'll
Oh
be
my God.
Pinkertons all over the place, but if he's alive, we gotta try.
Yeah, of course.
It's you they want, Dutch.
Always is.
Like your CLO if you're doing
Charles, Go find out what you can, carefully. Josiah, take Javier. Arthur, go get yourself cleaned up. Join them when you're ready.
Well, what about
Yes, sir.
me?
My back kind of
Well,
hurts
exactly.
after fighting
What
that
about
man.
you?
What does that mean?
Oh, Bill, come on.
But his clothes are all muddy. What about my clothes? They're so muddy. I guess we go. Wait, if you don't put /me, I can't edit them? Oh, wait. If you don't... Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean, Dingles? I'm confused. Also, welcome back for the ad. Are babies edible? I don't think so, man. I don't think you want to do that. I'm Mocking Jay. I love you doing good. Listen, it's on YouTube.
Huh?
Listen, crazy things. Oh, what the? Yeah, I got schmooze. I got schmooze. Yeah, classic Red Dead fight at the bar, easy. Doing like shit, sadly. I hope things get better though. I know, things be rough forever. Wait, I don't have a horse. Wait, no, is my horse still in town? Ugh, I gotta check that. I'm gonna steal someone's horse. In all honesty, I might steal someone's horse.
Welcome.
Unless my horse ran away. What? My horse? I saw a horse. And I was gonna just steal it. Yeah, this horse. Don't tell anybody, guys. Okay, don't worry about it. It's a Kentucky Saddler. Chestnut. Wait, I can search the saddlebag. What's in here? Ooh, $1.
Come on now.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them I'm taking the horse. Oh no, they saw! Oh, they saw me take the horse.
Please, no.
Oh no! Oh no! Fuck! Fuck! I needed the horse, man. Oh. I needed the horse. I needed a way home. They took the carriage without me. Listen. I'm going, I'm zooming. They don't know nothing. How the frick do I get down this mountain, though? Oh, no. That's what I... They're right there. They're right there. No. No. You ain't gonna get this, man. You're not gonna get me. I'm going. I'm zooming. No. Woo. Free. $10. That's all I'm worth. $10. You're never catch me alive.
Yeah.
I needed a horse, okay? They left me without any way back, I think. Plus, wait, before I do the things with them, I want to do the other 2 things on the map. So I'm gonna go back. Plus, this horse is pretty. I wanted it. It's a good horse. Oh, the water's deep. Okay. We're good. We're so good. You're one. I'm not one. Well, I guess I'm still wanted because they put a bounty on my head. But listen, I needed the horse, and I didn't feel like paying for it. yeah. I mean, borrow. I'll bring the horse back. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, surely. I'll remember to bring the horse back. Yeah. Totally. Whose house is this? Nice house. Nice house you got here. I really want to knock on the door, but I don't. I'd rather not get in more trouble than I'm already in. Ooh! Whoa! Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna walk a little bit. Get your stamina back up. I recommend opening your map. Oh. I don't actually know how to open my map. I'm gonna be so honest. Is it... I don't know how to open the map. It's not like the usual weird buttons. Oh, you're so cute. It's not... Oh! Oh, I got it! I got it. Oh, I see. I just see bounty. $10, dude. Okay, this is Reverend Swanson. And then... I think this is where I'm the bounty, dude. I think this is where I'm supposed to go is here. So maybe I should just go there, because these are far. I can do these later. Bounty. So if I just add a waypoint. I see. That makes things better. Wait, hi, Riva. No, you're good. What? You don't have to apologize for being late. You're good. You got things to do in your day. It was also the first option on the menu. Oh, was it actually? I just saw help. I didn't see the part underneath it. What? Why are there bad dogs? Bad dogs, no! What? Oh my god! What did I do? Oh my god! Ow, my ankle! Oh! Oh my god! I'm just trying to get back! Please! Oh my god! What the fuck? I know they're animals, but like, what did I do? Oh, why am I seeing pretty colors and pretty... Well, not colors. It's like black and white. Oh, hey, I'm alive. I'm chilling. Oh, that means I lost the horse. Oh, no, you're here. You're still here. Oh, my God. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. Do I... Okay, I have... This is what I needed. My shotgun. Went the wrong way. My shotgun. Oh, my God. I did get revenanted. I know what you mean. I can't say it. That reminds me, I saw a Revenant statue. Like Night Rain Revenant. And she looks so pretty. Damn it, my bounty's still there. And there ends the tale. Chuckle Nuts, that's a new nickname. Chuckle Nuts is a new nickname. Should have given him a treat. I was the treat. Did you see he took a big bite out of me? The horse is marked as your personal horse now. It is? Wait, let's go. Wait, no, my horse changed. This isn't the same horse I stole. This isn't the same patterns. He had like white in his hair. This is a different horse. Yeah, not Doom Revenant. Not Doom.
Who's there?
Hi? Are you blind or... I know. Oh, fuck. Hi. I'm trying to talk to you, but I don't see the option. And, like, I don't want to shoot you by mistake. So, I'm gonna go.
That's good.
We're chill, right? We're chilling. Oh, can I get supplies here? Oh. $41. Oh, wait, this is where we're supposed to be. Oh, I made it. Nice. I made it. I thought I wasn't here yet. I need to hitch my horse. Hold on. Man, I was about to shoot you. I thought you were like some random guy. I was ready to take you out, man. Wait, I didn't hitch my...
Okay.
Oh my god, why are you shitting? I know, everything was really scary, but we're back now. Thank you for not shitting as we, you know, we were riding. What? Why are you laughing? What, Jiggles? What? Don't worry, you can't shoot your gang members. That's a good thing, because I would totally shoot them.
Jose?
I would
You
do
wanna
it
go
by
hunting?
mistake. Not on purpose, by
What are
mistake.
you hunting? An elephant?
I wish. No, I saw a huge bear. One of the biggest I ever
A
saw.
bear?
I reckon nearly 1,000 pounds.
My God. But you need me to come with you.
Of course. Let's go.
Where are we heading exactly?
Up near the Dakota River. Might take a day
The
or two.
Dakota
I
River.
could do with a break from this.
I know the Dakota
Me
River.
too. It's been a rough couple of weeks. You need anything?
Wait, hi,
Don't think
neutral.
so. I
Hello,
got
you're doing
all I
good.
need.
Let's go then. So you still ain't replaced
Leave me
Boadicea?
alone! I didn't know that. I thought I wasn't there yet.
This one's
I was
okay.
even looking at the mini
Ain't
map.
no Boadicea.
I've been meaning to offload this big Shire horse for a while now. Unruly bastard.
Where'd you get him?
He's
Some
pretty.
Loudmouth bastard tried to rob me. Was out riding, so I... Well, you know
Why does
how
that
it
sound
is.
like me?
Let's take him to Valentine. It's on the way, sorta. There's a decent dealer there. We'll unload him. You could buy yourself a new horse. Put your saddle on them. Let's get going.
But can I just have the horse?
Okay.
Yo, that horse is
You gotta like
muscular.
this horse.
He
There's
is
nothing wrong with two
thick.
horses, and the stables always have the best ones.
This horse is
I
thick,
guess
dude.
you're right.
This is gonna be fun.
Every time I look at a horse, I start
throw
shitting.
He's an angel. If I'm near him.
Nasty little look in his eyes.
Oh, don't be
Dude,
rude about
he's
this magnificent
thick.
creature.
This is a huge horse. Oh my god. Oh wait, do I need to ride him? What if he tries to kill me?
Get this off you, boy.
What's taking so long with this saddle?
Listen, this horse is scary.
Come on,
Like,
I promise
he's
you
taller
don't
than
wanna
me.
ride that one
He's
day.
very muscular. And you said he's mean to people.
Okay, see if you can get your leg
If I
over
pat
that
him, will he
bridge.
kick me?
You okay, boy?
Oh, he likes me. Never mind. Okay, he
Don't
likes
be
me.
scared of him.
Not anymore, because he didn't try to bite me or kick me. Not the Shasham. I wanna look. He's shy or raven black. So he's slow. No, so he doesn't have the best acceleration, but he's fast. He's pretty fast. He's heavy.
Boy, easy, big feller.
All right, let's head into
Dude, he's
town.
so tall.
No bar fights, please. I heard about that.
I'll do my best.
We're
No
heading
more
out.
fights.
Might be gone a couple of days.
A couple of days.
Could range a horse tack at the Valentine stables.
Wait, I need to get rid of the marker. And then I'm just gonna follow Hosea. There you go. Because I was getting confused with the
Beautiful
marker.
saddles. I used to have a real nice one.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Got stolen outside
Just don't
that
sell him and
saloon
he's
in
yours.
Detroit.
I could keep
remember
him.
Now. Just about. That turned into
I don't know. Do I want to
a
keep
long
him? But I also need money. Because I could probably pay my own bounty, right? So then I'm the $10 on me.
And David
What?
was
No, okay, I mean to
so cold
Arthur,
we left
Nick.
him
Like,
there.
you know,
Came
like,
back in the next day and he
his
woke
horse
up,
is
started
huge.
back
He's
up
so
again.
tall.
I'll miss
This
those
game is so
boys.
pretty, also.
Jenny, too.
You can have that
She had
horse,
some
yes.
spark,
Hmm.
that girl.
It must
Hey,
be
hi,
pretty
November.
hard
Hello,
on
you're doing
Lenny. You
good.
could tell he
You're
was
talking
sweet
about
on her.
Revenant. I want that Revenant statue. It's
Lenny and
pretty.
Jenny could never
Dangles,
have worked.
what?
That's like Arthur
Do not
and
just
Mark,
write straight into the
or
trees.
Bill and Phil.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Can I kill the horse by
Feel
running
a
into
bit
trees?
Like our luck died with them, too.
It's slow.
Nonsense.
Faster horses are more useful.
all
That's why I
right.
was like, I think I'd
Just
want a
need some money
faster
to
horse.
get
This
back
horse is
on
a little
our
slow
feet.
because he's
I hope so.
a chunky one.
You
He's
found a
very
way to
muscular.
offload those Cornwall bonds yet?
Not yet.
Plus, I kind of like
still
my
very
horse, my actual horse
Need
that I
to be
left.
done right.
I left back at
Have
home.
a couple of leads I'm
Horses
looking
are fragile in this game. Hello, November. You're just lucky you bounced off of that one. Okay, I'll be careful. Press L3. He's okay. He's okay.
Good boy.
He's okay. He's
good
okay. Don't be agitated. See, he gets agitated so easily, too. Yeah, see, you're okay. You're good. Everything's good.
Morning, friend.
Morning, friend. Morning. And the ballsy one, too. Are you looking at his balls? Don't look at his balls.
Stables are just up ahead. All right. Go
I'm gonna
that
sell you,
big
though.
brute. Buy yourself a horse.
Okay.
I'm going off to the general store. Get a few things to lure that bear out with. Meet
Oh,
you
yeah, the
back here in a
bear. Okay, you're gonna have a good time here, okay?
Hey, how can I help
Holy
you?
mustache!
I'm in the
The
market
thick-ass
for a
mustache.
new horse. Something strong and fast.
Yeah, well, you're in the right place. I got some beauties in at the moment. Yeah. And what about this one here? Yeah, you looking to sell?
I sure you.
You got papers?
No. No papers.
Well, of course, that's gonna affect what I can pay. But your luck's in. I got a fella who's been looking for a decent workhorse like this for a while. He'll pay a good price. Otherwise, I can always stable
That's
him
true.
here
He's
for
more
you.
like a workhorse, right? Like a farm horse.
Take a look.
Maybe. Because he's strong. Can I help you, partner? Oh my gosh. Wait, they're more fragile in the first game? Wait, horses flop around like fish out of water. I believe the correct word is potent. Potent. Okay. I mean, frontal collision with a tree while horseback riding is a common occurrence in this game. Oh my gosh. Wait,
Sing us
fun.
a song.
Red. What?
You're the piano man. Sing us a song. Tonight. Well,
Tonight.
we are all in the mood for a melody. And you've got us feeling all right.
Oh my god, now the songs get stuck in my head. No. No. I already got those other old songs stuck in my head. Wait. Horse balls shrink in the cold, so the devs did, in fact, give you a reason to look at their balls. That's crazy! But that's a good attention to detail. Wait, good night, Thomas. Good night. Get some good rest. Get some good sleep. And thank you. Have a good day tomorrow. But I was gonna play a little bit more, because it's really hot in my room. So I need to, like, cool my room down. It's really, really warm. Oh, and he would sell for $65? I think I'm gonna sell him. I'm gonna get some money. Morgan. Well, I can only buy Morgan. Oh, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. I guess for now we'll just buy Morgan. I don't know what to name the horse. What's a good horse name? It is an unneeded detail, but they needed to add it. Yucky. Clark. First name has to be Seabiscuit. Seabiscuit. Buttercup. Peta. Not Peta. Klein. Why not? Because you're not a horse, Aki. Plus, I might kill this horse. Hort. Glue. Oh my god. I kind of did like the name Clark, but I thought of Superman. I won't lie. I thought of Clark Kent. Ploofers, hoofers. Regalia. Not Regalia. No, I don't want to kill you, Aki. I'll be so sad. No, I can't do that. Oh my god. Lors Sebastian. Oh, Sebastian's kind of cute. Gold ship. Clip clop. Oh my god. Lars. John Red Dead. I might name him Clark. I liked Clark. Bitch. That's crazy. I'm not naming my horse bitch. That's Clark. A beer? Oh my god. No, no. Oh my god. Appearance. You'd have like different. Oh my. I can. Wait, he kind of looks like. I should have named him Spirit. You kind of look like Spirit. Oh, I should have named him Spirit. Oh, I should have named you Spirit. Oh. Holy, those balls. I'm sorry. I just saw him. That is a quote. No, nuh-uh. I won't. Oh, some stirrups. Okay, no, I won't. Okay, I won't do none of this. But like, hold on. I gotta look at all the saddles. Okay. Oh, I should have named you Spirit though. He's like really close to how Spirit looked. I didn't even realize. I like. I don't know. I like the leather. Go with the leather. Oh, you can do like different colors. Oh, ooh, I like that. That is $80. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, wait. I think the rest we can't. I can get a new blanket. Hold on, different blanket. Wait. I like the darker colors. I like this one. Oh fuck. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna start spending money. What is the horse care package? I'm gonna get the care package. Provisions. Apple. What's the cheapest thing? I'm a broke bitch. Maybe I should just get some hay. But like apple. Hay. Maybe apple. Apple. And I'll get a few beets. Okay. Okay, I'm done.
Partner, you got yourself a deal. And a fine
I know, that's 8 times my bounty. That's too much money.
Other than good animals.
Wait, I can rename
You
him?
have my word on that.
If I can, I might. His name is Clark on paper, but I'm gonna call him Spirit.
Here are your
Oh,
papers.
hay is the cheapest and healthiest. Okay, next time I'll get more hay.
And some treats.
Oh, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
All right, you treat this fella well. I know he's gonna look after you just fine.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. How much did you pay for that thing?
What do you mean interesting? You don't like Clark? Spirit Clark?
With some good care, you should be able to make something of it.
I like my horse. You don't like it? Listen, I was too broke. You didn't give me no money for no horse.
Got quite a ride ahead of us.
Lead the way.
I might keep him as Clark. He's Spirit in spirit, you know?
It's called O'Crea's Run. Up in the
See, I didn't spend all my money, Dingles.
I just hope I can remember how to get there.
Also, high depth solo would be good. So when you're running from Wacky Gooder, you scream Clark. Clark!
So how are things with
Yeah, he's so. I know he's so tiny. This is a tiny horse. He's so tiny. Yeah, he's Spirited Clark. Wait, yeah, it's his nickname. His nickname is Spirit, but his name is Clark. True, that's what I'm saving money for, Nick. The cowboy drip. I need a new hat, a suit, you know, maybe a new jacket, new boots, all that stuff. That's what I want.
He ain't Trelawney. Dutch and you pretty much raised.
I know, but it's done.
I got used to that really tall horse. This one is so small. He's so tiny.
Nobody
Little.
else would have been welcomed back that easy after that long, and you know it.
Maybe.
Ooh.
But please don't you put that to the test.
Yeah, nice ascot, exactly.
I never would.
I'm scared. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to fight this bear yet. Like, I don't know about the bear. It's fine. You know what? Frick it. We go fight the bear. Just remember that you may get sunburns. Oh yeah, I didn't go get my hat! Oh my god, I forgot to go pick up my hat! Oh, I left it in the mud. Well, I don't know if it despawned after the whole cutscene. I didn't even check. God, get my hat!
Okay. I think
Is
we
there a
need to head
teeny
right up
mod
here.
for the horses? Frick, I gotta go buy a hat now, guys. I gotta go to the store and buy a hat. God damn it. I like that hat. Why is the sky piss yellow?
I remember this place. Moonstone Pond.
I know it's the cardinal sin. I don't have my hat as a cowboy. Right? Yeah, it's all my powers are from the hat. Frick. I didn't realize I forgot it. You did. You did tell me not to forget. But I still forgot.
We made it. Let's loop around the other side.
Oh, I was gonna ask you a question. But I think I'm too far. No. Oh, there it is.
I should really be heading back over the Great Plains, see about Sean.
It's bounty hunters who've got him?
So Trelawney says. Javier and Charles.
And be really careful about the trees, since you guys said trees are deadly.
Anywhere near Blackwater.
Right, but if he's alive, we gotta try.
Of course.
I agree, we gotta try. That's our boy.
Look there. Rabbits. Maybe we should catch one to cook.
Sure. Try and shoot one.
You don't want to use anything too powerful on a small animal like that. Just ruin the meat. Best thing's a bow or a .22 caliber varmint rifle.
I have hunted rabbits before, you know.
Yeah.
Do I still have my bow? I do.
Yes. And obliterated them with a shotgun, if I remember right.
Oh, he shot them with a shotgun? Brother. With a shotgun. Why did he shoot them with a shotgun? Oh my god. Like... Oh, true. My horse is magic. It just has everything. I feel weird. I feel naked without my hat. This doesn't feel right. I feel so naked. A pony? You think so? Not a horse? What if I want a horse, you know? Like a real horse, not a pony. But I like ponies. They're cute. He embraces inner Doomslayer and just took out the freaking bunnies. How far did they... I know they ran, but holy, how far did... Bunny. Oops. I didn't mean to click those. Do I need more than one bunny? Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh my god, it's so... Okay. Holy! Oh my god, the skinning! It's just so realistic, it's scary. Riddler, your hat's on your horse? Wait, is it? Oh my god, thank you.
It's getting late. Reckon we should camp here.
Sure.
Well, then you get us set up.
Wait. I keep pulling out the gun, dude! Put the gun away! Put the gun away! Stop! I keep taking it out. I keep taking it out, man. I can't. Oh my god.
I'm famished.
Oh, I keep almost shooting things.
They're delicious on an open fire like this.
Fine by me.
Oh, you're tired. View crafting menu. Oh. And then I cook it. Nice. Oh, I gotta watch the wheel. I'm assuming it can overcook. Oh, he just kind of eats it.
You want some of this?
No, I'm fine. I don't like eating this late.
Okay. After all that.
More for me. More rabbit for me. Nice rabbit roast like guts. Like guts from Berserk. Oh, it can't overcook. That would have been cool if it could. But, like, I think people would get annoyed with it. Do I need to eat more? I kind of want to keep the rest.
All right. Well.
Good night. Is it good night?
I want to be up at first light to find this monster.
Choose a time to sleep until... Oh, there's only one time, so 7 hours. He gets a good 7 hours of sleep. Better than me. I have a question for something. Well, yeah, what is it, Neutral? Ask away. Ask. I can show you a trick for skipping skinning animations if you'd like. Maybe. Like, I kind of like seeing it because it's cool, but like, oh, it's so visceral.
Oh, give me a minute.
Coffee?
I was gonna say, is that coffee or sludge? Thanks for the coffee, though.
What's your plan?
Well, we'll see if we can track him, but we might need to lay bait to draw him out. Bears like fish, obviously, but they also have a sweet tooth. A lot of fellas then shoot from the trees, but I prefer to hunt on the ground. More dangerous, but we'll have a much better chance of getting a good shot in. And if he bolts, we can start right off after him. Can you mix up this bait for me while I finish packing this up? Fish, berries. Tie it up in that rag.
Ooh, fish and berries. That's a fun combination, but I feel like the bear would love it. He'd love it.
I was virtually weaned on bear meat.
Okay.
He was weaned. What?
Good. Pack up and we'll get going.
And then I leave. No. Wait here. There you go. In combat lore, what range do you prefer in any situation? Short, medium, or long range? I'd say medium. Medium, in the in-between. That's true, it's the Old West, so it's probably sludge. Wait, I need my hat. I'm trying to figure out where the hat is on the horse. I'm sorry!
We'll try our luck down by the water. That's where I saw him last.
Okay.
How's that?
I keep pressing the wrong button! Put the gun away! Please! Oh my god! Wait, I just want my hat. No, that's the crafting. No, wait, I think I actually lost my hat. No, I think my wait, there's my hat. My hat. I'm so sorry, horse. Put the gun away. Put it away. I'm so sorry.
I imagine you still miss her.
Every day.
Did you two ever think about getting out of the
I don't mean to just start blasting.
You don't remember?
I keep like in my head misremembering which one is LT and R and LB.
Back into it.
Because I'm so used to PlayStation. I'm still getting used to the Xbox controller.
I remember you not being around for a while.
Wait, of course. Now I'm curious why you're asking, though. I'm curious.
There's never really any getting out. And staying in,
it's
hard. You know that.
Miss input.
Why? You thinking
My horse is gonna get so traumatized by me shooting air.
Of course not.
Listen, if Dutch's grand plans work,
it's not the throne controller.
To go someplace new,
but
really new,
it was a donation controller, and I just got it off of Amazon.
Anyway, for now, let's try and chase ourselves.
It's called and shaped like a trigger. That's true. You're right. It is like a trigger. But I'll tough it up. That's true. We're gonna be in like gunfights and stuff. He's gotta get used to the shots by now.
He's been fishing again recently.
Okie dokie. You're the one who knows where the bear is.
Look for tracks, dung, bones, any.
Oh, I did it too fast. I found something right here.
Oh, there's some paw marks here, Hosea.
I got
They
some
sure
paw
look big enough.
prints. If the horse can still hear. Oh my god! No, he'll still hear my whistles. I promise, he'll still hear them.
This way.
We're leaving the horses. We're leaving the horses, okay. Let's go. Go up that way and around. I got you. I see the light. I see the shimmer. Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I was like, every time people ask questions like lore things, I'm like, what you got planned? Usually it's someone planning things. Horse, what? What did you say? You keep shooting next to my ear so I can't hear. Oh my god. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for my horse. I'm just traumatizing him. I'm kind of scared to fight this bear. Oh, I didn't mean to crouch. Because I think we just need to get close, put the bait, wait for the bear.
Wait a minute.
It's a
Something on the
fish.
ground here.
Half-eaten.
Why didn't you finish it?
Must have been left by our friend.
You got the no, Jumper. Not the tinnitus. The tinnitus. I think I can run. Like, I don't think the bear's near, right? Like, I think it's okay.
Something else on the ground, just here.
This
Watch your
is
step.
some dung.
Looks real fresh. Reckon he's got to be close.
Let's keep going.
I wonder how much the bear would sell for it, unless we're gonna eat it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so ready to just go for it. Barely finished fish. Okay.
Well, what do you think?
It is very goofy.
Split up and each look.
Either that or we could place bait here.
That could work. Which do you think?
I think we should just split. I don't think we should split up.
Let's bait here.
Fine by me. Let's leave the bag over there.
I just don't think splitting up against a bear is a good idea. You know? So I think we place the bait. Hopefully he takes it. Get the bear. And then we're good. Why'd you do the Kofi link? Wait, have you had bear before? I don't think I could ever eat bear. I think I'd feel too weird about it. Okay, open my satchel. And then we get the... Where is it? Would it be in provisions? Or in here? Wait, where did I get fish from? Oh, here it is. Let me just place it here.
Now we wait.
Okay, now we wait. We lie in wait. Oh, I didn't get my rifle from the... Oh, frick. I need to get my rifle from my horse.
1,000 pounds, you say?
More or less. Big scar down his face.
You know what? It's okay. We got a shotgun.
Does that bait look okay to you?
I think so. You're the expert.
Ready with your gun there?
I'm good. You okay? You seem nervous.
So do you. I'm fine.
I think Arthur's chilling. I don't think he's nervous at all.
Let's just take a look at that bait.
Oh, it's a good consumable. Okay, okay.
Come on.
We only just said it, Jose.
I know, but we need to do this right.
I feel like he's being impatient. We just said it. We could have waited a little longer. Like how else do you?
Got your knife?
Bear. See, we should have waited.
No, it's too close.
Oh. 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 Yeah. Did you leave me? He left me? Hosea. There's no way you ran away.
Oh, man. Of course I'm fine. It's nothing.
I mean, he's smart, but
Nothing
like...
at all.
He left me. What if I died?
That was fun.
You know what, Arthur Morgan? I'm a little old and beaten up to be after the biggest game. You can have this.
What is it?
It's a map. A man in a bar gave it to me. Well, I stole it from him, but that's another story. He said it told him where to find some real big animals.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. You
Oh,
saved
thank
my
you.
life, Arthur. I think I'm going back to camp to lick my wounds. You
What
coming, or
wounds? What, you pissed
you
your
gonna
pants?
Track that monster. Well, you coming
I
or
think I'm gonna go back. I feel like the bear should be a later thing.
I'm coming with you.
Let's get going then.
I think I should do the fight the bear a little later. Just a little later. What do you mean, boo? Listen, I don't think I'm ready to fight the bear, okay? It took all those shots to the face and it ran away. It's chilling. Maybe I should have. Now you're making me second guess my choices.
Let's see if Dutch gives us any crap about disappearing like that. I don't need another "we gotta be out there making money" speech.
The old man booked it to let the bear get the tasty out. No, that's what I'm saying. You just left.
Well, thanks, Arthur. I probably owe you one.
Don't worry about
Probably.
I need to head out to Emerald Ranch soon. Look into something.
it. See you later. Yeah.
Bye, Hosea. Goodbye. Wait. Oh, my horse is so good. Look at you. You're like, I know where to go, but I'm gonna like, you know,
Come on, boy.
properly put you here just to be sure. I'm gonna hit you. Hitch, not hit, hitch. It sounded like I said hit. There you go. There you go.
It's all right, boy.
Oh yeah, I can brush you now. Oh, it won't let me. No, I guess because you're fine. But I really wanted to. Hi.
Dutch, I need you to do me a favor. Nothing too serious. I need you to help Herr Strauss.
I've been working
Okay.
hard, Dutch.
I know. And I know Strauss's business is not too glamorous, but it pays.
That's true.
Please, son, for me.
He pulled up the sun!
Okay.
Can't say no to that. Can't say no when you call me son. Ooh. Bring Pearson animals to supply the camp. You can use the meat for food and the skin to craft satchels. Oh, nice. For more capacity. There's so much in this game. I really, really like it. Not the shit. Well, okay, I'm gonna stop here though, because my room is really freaking hot. It's really hot, and I'm kind of dying, and I'm getting hungry. And it's about that time. Well, actually, I guess I went a little over. I wanted to play a little more. It was fun. What? That's crazy. I saw the beginning of that. Nah. You can't hide. What did you say? All right. Okay, buddy. Okay. All right, Dingles. Okay, oh my god. No, my room is just hot. It's not me. No, thank you for being here, Sid. I really, really appreciate it.